Congratulations Realm of Russ on being the first, now 5 times undefeated. You're the best, or at least, the fastest.
Good evening, everyone. How are we this evening? Oh, it's a bit flustered today. Was the sound okay for anyone then, or was it breaking up? It was a bit stuttery for me, and I'm thinking it is just my Bluetooth headset on the fritz, but I'm hoping it's not the stream at fault. So yeah, let me know. Was the sound okay during that intro video, which is a very old video that I really need to update? Russ, good evening. How are you? Realm of Russ. First, always, well, not always, but most of the time, propped screen looks a little jittery. Okay. The dashboard says the bitrate's okay. How's your internet tonight? And Top Dion X, right, weekend time. It is indeed weekend time. Indeed. Gee, it's been a week. It's been a day as well. Reset my floor level if it's inaccurate. I think my floor level's fine, thank you. And I just moved all my menus. Just give me a sec. It's shaking or something. It might not be stabilized currently. No, that's okay. That should be okay. Let me know how it goes. I did check. The laptop is actually connected to the network cable rather than using Wi-Fi, which is a problem I had a couple of streams ago. And we are here in Satisfactory 1.2 in the opening menu. And this is your occasional reminder that there is a giant llama watching you in the menu. Always watching. Let's dive in. Yes, I took out a few mods. So I've had a very busy work week, although today I did have today off from work, but it was a busy day. I went and had a haircut at long last. I was looking quite ragged and long and homeless there for a bit, but my hair has been tamed. Azuren is unfortunately still unwell. I took her to the doctors earlier today, and we are trying to sort out what's going on because she is in a lot of pain at the moment, which is not good. She says to say hello to everyone, and she might come and loiter in the chat a bit later on, but she's having a bit of a rough time at the moment. I also visited my dad, who lives a distance away, and spent some quality time with him and my brother. And then I prepped dinner. So I've made a bolognese for dinner, which is currently brewing, and my son will take care of the preparations closer to the time. But now it is time for some Satisfactory. Yay! And we are here in VR, and we are looking over the swamp, working on the big nuclear power project. So this concept is that there's a center hub there and a ring around the center there. And as you can see, the nuclear reactors all line around the edge here. Now, these are just placeholders. These are not final. I just kind of did the layout just to make sure everything fits and see how it fits in with the terrain. And as you can see, I've been working on a couple of architectural blueprints as well. But tonight, we are continuing working on the functional blueprints. And we did 2 of these last time. We did, what was it? We did one that was a whole slab of assemblers making quick wire, and then we did this one, which is making rotors, I think. It's been a while. It's been like a week. Yes, it's making rotors. Okay, now, because of the circular design, I've kind of gone a bit crazy, and this blueprint for these factory chunks is non-square, and it doesn't fit in a 5x5 grid. So you can see I've got these bounding blocks here and these bounding pillars here. So the idea is at the front of the blueprint, it's kind of 5 foundations across, and then at the back, it gets wider, and it's 7 foundations across. And what's more, in the middle is a walkway, so you can walk through the center of every single blueprint. So this is giving some very interesting architectural challenges to how I build and lay out things. But the idea is like this pole here overlaps with this pole here when you bring the 2 together. So these 2 blueprints, when you build them together, come out looking like this. So we have like a central walkway through the middle here, but we have a single factory around us, and there is power connected between them and a conveyor connected between them for the parts transfer. Now, I did functionally finish this one in the last playthrough, the last
Top
stream
Beyond X
session.
just hit a 7-stream watch streak.
Hey!
That's impressive dedication. Free
Free
money,
money.
apparently.
Thank you. Hang on, there was a... Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you for the stream. The stream streak. Welcome, welcome. Good to have continuous viewers. So yes, this is what it looks like, and when I finished the last stream, this was looking very bare bones, and I've actually spent a little bit of time, like an hour or two extra on it. You may have remembered it was covered in foundations and did not have much architecture, but I've just whacked on some basic sort of metal pillars as support here. So I've added some metal pillars along the bottom here, so the constructors are now suspended on these metal pillars. And I put some nice diagonals in here as well. Similar up the top, we've got the metal pillars holding up the assemblers. So now it's looking a little bit more like a finished factory. There's not a lot of bling on it, but it's supported. Now on this side, interestingly, these refineries were only 1 meter above the ground, and I was thinking, well, this pillar here is 2 meters tall. How am I going to get a pillar under there when there's only 1 meter of space? But interesting bug, and this is the thing, there has actually been an update to Satisfactory. A big update came out during the week that fixed a whole lot of bugs. Before that fix, you could nudge this 1 meter under the blueprint maker and it would still be valid. Is that bug still there? Yes, yes it is. So you can actually build pillars laying horizontally and nudge them 1 meter under the blueprint. Whoops. They did fix a whole ton of other bugs, but apparently they also did not fix this bug. Vertical lifts from holes to splitters and mergers are apparently not being fixed. Now, while this is still supposedly a valid blueprint, I am actually going to lift this whole blueprint up 1 meter just to be future safe and tidy and a little bit obsessive compulsive, I guess you could say. So this is rotors R. So let's clear it. I hope I'd saved it. Pretty sure I'd saved it. This is under power. Rotors are, and let's build it back again on top. That way round. Now this is interesting. Building this blueprint on top of the blueprint maker, it is still under by 1 meter and it is not letting me build it. So this is a very, actually I'm on the blueprint maker. Now I'm on the blueprint maker fully. And it's still not letting me do it, I think, because these are 1 meter under. So if I nudge 1 meter up, hey, it fits. Now, what was the placement here? It was kind of 3 meters from the edge. Well, that looks like 3 meters from the edge. So this blueprint now, I've just lifted the entire thing up and the pillars there are now properly inside the blueprint. Now I'm going to save this under a different name because I'm paranoid that it won't actually save properly and I haven't backed it up. So let's just save it as test. New walkabout course is so good. Oh, okay. Have you played it yet, Russ, or were you just looking at it on Mike's stream? And I'm guessing, does the I'm trying to remember your headset's name. It's not a Pimax. It's a Pico. No? Yes? Pico 4. Did it actually get the update? Oh! Well, I guess they've still got that bug. Just crashed the game. Just a minute, folks. Let's try that again, shall we? Now, if past history is to go by, The blueprint should work when I load back in. I have had it where if I've saved a blueprint and then immediately built it, it has bugged out and crashed the game. Looks like that bug is still there. You're playing with Mike and his community? Cool, cool. Are we still playing it on Sunday though? I hope. Oh, did that save? No, it didn't, but it saved the blueprint, which means theoretically it should be fine. Yes, of course. Cool, cool. Did Mike get the hard mode putter for it? Does it have an interesting putter? Okay, so the 10th blueprint, because blueprints are not saved in the save game, they're actually saved separately, so we should be able to still build test. And that does look like it is the correct one. So let's just delete this old version here. Now, as I said, there was a big patch that fixed a lot of bugs. Like, it was an impressive amount of bugs they fixed. That is going diagonally. I guess they didn't fix that bug. But being a big patch, there might be new bugs to discover. Now, you haven't offset the other one, so I will need to nudge this down by a meter. Okay, that all looks correct. So I'm going to assume that the blueprint is correct. Not on stream, no ideas otherwise. Yeah, okay. Like the layer ones, so far I've had pretty interesting golf clubs associated with them. Okay, so we clear this and we load test. Which looks like that. Now we save this over the top of the old one. So this is the right-hand side of the rotor's factory. It's not saying there's a clash. Normally it says, hey, this already exists. Ah, where's my plus symbol to add it to a specific place? I thought they fixed that bug. Don't tell me they've rolled back bugs. No. Okay, that did actually register, but usually there's a plus save here type thing. Rotors are power nuclear parts, icon, save. Yes, overwrite the old one. You can find out on Sunday? Yep, cool. So there was a fair bit of news during the week in the space of gaming and VR gaming. No Man's Sky hit its 10th year anniversary. All we got was a bit of a celebratory trailer from Hello Games, but it was pretty cool. And they announced the next big update to No Man's Sky, which is called Cosmos, which sounds big and potentially really cool. While I think it would be amusing if it was a VR update for the Cosmos headset, which was a really crappy headset made by Vive some years ago, I don't think it's going to be a Cosmos update. That would be funny if it was, though. But yeah, no. It amused me. Okay, so I'm just nudging this one up. This one doesn't have any clashing parts at the bottom, but if I have it the same offset, then it will snap better. If I have it down, you saw before when I was connecting the others, they did not line up. I had to actually nudge them. So this way they're going to line up properly. Let's save this one as temp. Did I call it temp or test before? I think it was test. I just do not trust this. So let's save this as test. Actually, what I can do is if I clear this and then load test. Okay, that didn't crash the game, and that's a decent test. That looks good. So I'm pretty sure, and now I've still got... Oops, put that away. Roche's right. That's still the right one? Yes, it is. I just didn't want to write over the wrong name or anything like that. So let's save this. And there's Roche's left. Because as I said, these are not saved with the main save game. These are saved separately, which means if I stuff one up, I've lost it because I haven't backed them up recently. You have to manually back up blueprints. It's a bit weird. Because I really don't want to have to make these again. Okay, so let's try building it over there. Sigh. I am actually hoping that the No Man's Sky update changes the way the solar systems work and that we get proper planets orbiting proper suns. Because that's not how they work currently in No Man's Sky, because apparently it was confusing players when they first did it. Okay, is this going to crash the game? Drum roll. Okay, it hasn't crashed yet. Let's actually snap auto connect. Why did I not hear a tick of the conveyor connecting? Maybe my volume's down too low. It is linking. You can see the link symbol up the back there. And it's lined up correctly. And it will not crash. Hooray! Hey, okay, so that is good to go, that one. We still got the problem with the dodgy lifts and such, but I will leave those as is for now. Okay. Actually, I need to load BP Factory right, and this is BP Factory left. So these ones are blueprints layouts for the factory. So I've got basically the border and the pillars and the foundations there and the walkway already there, and then I build the factory around it. And some I might raise or lower the walkway up. The Roche's one specifically is going to go in an area where there's a lot of land, and so the walkway's down low, so the whole factory will actually be up higher than the rest of it. Evening all, hey Azurin, how you going? Okay, now, what am I going to build next? That is the question. So let me switch over to this, and I'm just going to go to that view, so the stabilizer is not on. This is the plan. And we have made that factory. We have made that factory. We've got a couple of complicated ones to go and an easy one. So the easy one is the iron and copper, because that's just, if I open that, that is just 20 foundries. So it's 10 foundries one side, 10 on the other. So that'll be an easy one, at least design-wise. Then we have the crystal oscillators. Now this is going to be tricky just because there's so many bits. I think I can fit this all in one blueprint. I'm hoping I can fit it all in one blueprint. But I don't know if I can fit it all in one blueprint. But I'm pretty sure I can. And the other one is the electromagnetic control rods. Now I've already split this into 2 because this stacks up to 5 currently, and so if I had a stack of 10 it would be huge. So I've sort of said this is going to take up a lot of space already, but the blueprint is the same for each. Now originally I was thinking this would actually take up 2 blueprints, and I think it needs to, mainly because of these refineries. These are going to be a space hog, which means we are... But they're the big space hog. If we overclock these, can we fit all of the rest of it in one bit of blueprint? We might be able to. It's possible. Maybe. But I think I'll start with the crystal oscillators because I'm more confident that they're going to fit in a single set of blueprints as it was. This is going to be complicated to remember. Let's start by putting the manufacturers in because they're going to be a space hog. And that's probably going to be the complicated part. Space-wise, the rest can kind of slot in everywhere else. So we start with 2 manufacturers. I don't know if I have a preferred side. Let's just put them on one side, I guess. Got my Steam Deck hooked up to a TV and Bluetooth connected mouse and keyboard, sitting as comfortable as I can. As I can comfy setup. Thanks, Russ. I got a referral to a specialist, prescription pain meds, so I'm doing okay. Glad you got meds and future support. Yes, we've been trying to take good care of her. Dealing with the terror of not knowing what is wrong with me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're really hoping that to get to see a specialist sooner rather than later. But it's the weekend, which means nothing's going to happen until later next week. Now this beam here, we kind of want to stay in that beam for... because otherwise it'll run into the next factory over. Some factories will have more leeway than others. We could actually overlap the walkway a little bit here, because that's not terrible, and this can kind of slot under the walkway. So we could bring this over a meter and put it there. I'm thinking the whole thing needs to be a meter higher, so if I'm just using the other beams as supports, I fit everything under it, and that means the walkway needs to come up. I mean, even if it's here, it's going to clash with the walkway a bit. So what I might do is I might just clear this. And build this back. But build it a meter higher. That way we've guaranteed got that 2 meters under the bottom to run the beams. Scary AF not knowing, absolutely. Dr. Google. Yeah, do not hypothesize or anything yet. Dr. Google is even less, yeah, like AI will make up crap. It's like, oh, you've got this. It's like, that's not helpful, that's imaginary, it doesn't exist, what are you talking about? Now the other thing though is, a manufacturer has 4 inputs. So, how are we going to get a manifold of 4 inputs here with the space? I'm tempted to just have it over here and not have it collide there. I mean, it's colliding a very little bit already, I guess, so I guess I could commit to a full collide. And that's not terrible. I think that's becoming my catchphrase for this build. That's not terrible. But as I said, we need 2 of these blighters, so... Oops. So that is not lined up. Wow, okay. Guess I will go ahead and put an actual foundation roof there. How's that look? That would give us a little more space leeway. How tall was this? How many of these am I building? I can't remember. It's only a meter. Hey, I actually got it lined up? No, I didn't. I totally didn't. Why is that out? Oh, it's off by a meter down. Okay, that's lined up. Oh, that was a ride. How's Russ doing? Russ is ticking along, trying to get your room cleaned out and organised. Fabric that needs to move from that fabric to category to the clothes category. The old hobby mess. When I was visiting my dad, he brought out a box that contained electronics projects from my youth. So lots of Dick Smith electronics kits from many, many years ago. My first forays into soldering and making kits and things like that. So a bit of a blast from the past. It was quite interesting. Now we are making the bog standard crystal oscillators here. Let me just check what recipe was it and what was the overclock. I just realized I'm not on the stable view. I should switch to that. Apologies for that. It's probably being dodgy. Oh, 150. That's kind of nice. Should be on that scene. It's because I don't use the other scene much. I also made a bunch of OBS changes and a bunch of StreamerBot changes, so yeah, we'll see how things go. We have multiple hobbies that are all fighting for space. I'd like to cut down on the sheer meterage of fabric I have going on at the moment. I fully understand the whole multiple hobby things. Kind of my motto. Okay, so long press, copy, and trigger, paste. Okay. Quartz crystal cable reinforced iron plate. Okay, this is good because all the materials that are coming into this are local to the blueprint, which means we can generate them on the other side, bring them across, and then manifold them down vertically. We can basically do vertical splitters and mergers on this side. And that way, oops, wrong button. Why do I even have that button? Only 2 meters by 2.75. That is a fairly compact room if you've got lots of sewing stuff. Is it just a hobby room or is it also a bedroom? Now the problem with this two manufacturers here is the rest of the factory has to fit into the rest of the side. But because this lines up with the edge of the pole here, we basically have from the edge of this pole over. So we have the bottom layer, and we can probably have 3 layers of various machines on this side. What do we have again? I need to have a way of pinning this in-game. Why is that not working? There it is. Nope. Probably makes... Oh, we've got to fit 2 assemblers in as well? Oh, this is going to be cozy. How are we going to lay this out? 2 and 1 constructor I can fit on the lower level. So that's probably easier to do iron in going to make cable. Because I think the assemblers are going to have to be on a higher level. That can be on the level with the assembler. Ooh, can we fit those? Yeah, okay, those 3 can go above those with the assembler, and this can be somewhere else. So let's start with the cable first. Probably the easiest. Sorry, I need constructor. So we can, plenty of room on the other side. We can probably fit 3 of these across. I'm going to, actually this side we need to raise up a meter as well so it matches the other side. Just remembered that. Not load, I'm going to build. And up a meter. It's your bedroom. There's a queen bed in there. It's the reason you go off and be up a bed. The largest empty space. That doesn't sound like a very empty space. Genie bottle home to store it in. All the 1 meter lengths are currently draped over the curtain rod you had in place for your green screen. That's a very compact room doing a lot of stuff. This is crystal. OSC. I'm just going to put OSC. And this is the right one. Okay. It was 2 into 1, wasn't it? Oh, okay. 2 goes into 1, so they actually need to face backwards from what I was about to place them. Glad I checked that. We're just going for like basic layout first, and then we'll go with fine-tuning layout afterwards. So this can go here. And if I move that over, the arms won't collide. We could actually move that all the way to there, actually. And then this one can be there. From experience, this front bit tends to be a good place to bring up and down the resources. So keeping that clear for lifts and things is probably a good idea. Gonna purge half your clothes and other shit. Purging can be a hard task. Azuren's gonna duck out. Yeah, take care, Azuren. I'll pop in and visit you on the break. Ah! Yep, there she goes. Now this was the iron wire recipe, because there's not enough copper in this area. So 2 iron wire into cable. There was some overclocking involved, but I will deal with that later. And this actually needs to be a merger. Apparently they improved straight mode for conveyors in the recent bug fix. So we'll see how that goes in time, I guess. I might actually put that at that level, so we can cram everything in, because it's going to be probably tight. Actually, how high? So we need a certain height above the walkway. Like, you can walk under this fine, but I would rather leave it a bit higher, like the height over here. That was actually very high here. That's like 3 and a bit high. Doesn't need to be that high, but we would leave some height above it would be good. I mean, I guess if we build another layer, it will be 3 high. No, not quite. It's going to be even higher. Actually, if I build this higher, there will be more room for logistics underneath. I'll do it higher first. I might need to shuffle things around and lower them down afterwards, though. So we've done this bit. So now we need... These are all steel, so they should be done together. So we have 2 constructors again, but we also have the foundry. And they need to lead into... That can probably be 1 assembler overclocked. And then the 2 can be on the same level as the assembler. Okay, so steel beams into steel screws and a foundry for plates that also use steel. Maybe I will go lower down. Yeah, I'll stay. I'll keep it with this. What's the worst that can happen? Now, it would be nice if these could actually line up with the ones below. Steel beams. Steel screws. And this is going to be a pathetically small throughput of steel. Like, it's 15 currently, and we're underclocking at something low just to get the screws. It's not going to be a lot. Now, if that's there, these 2 have the iron input to them. So it'd be nice if the foundry could line up with this one. That doesn't have foundries on it. Foundry. That does not line up. That is going to be too close. And if we put it this far out, does that clash? That overlaps our diagonal by quite a bit. Under the Vreda! Hey, Dornum is streaming. That means it's the weekend. Is that becoming a feature of my streams? That seems to be a popular opinion, is if I'm streaming, it must be Friday. Or getting close to Friday. Yeah, that is way over the edge. That is not good enough. So I guess I'm going to have to sacrifice alignment and just make it a bit kinky. Why does that not line up? Is that just a... Look, there's a ½ meter difference there. But that visually is lined up. And that is right on the edge of the beam there. So if I went over by 1, it is kind of overhanging a bit. Being a foundry, though, that arm is not going to clash with anything. Okay. So this would be our cast plates. So we need iron coming in and steel. Now the iron is coming into both of these down here. And the steel is going into both of these. So actually, if I put a splitter there like this, yeah, back there's fine. Can I go from there? Okay, that's not lined up particularly great, but it could. Or do we just do it like that? And then pop that in there? Almost. We can move that across by one. That will still be in the bounds. So let's just put it there. Like that. Iron coming in. So I guess this is our main iron input into the blueprint, which is not ideal. But we can work with it. We can always have a conveyor under that wraps it back into another place. But effectively that, because we need a vertical, because this is a stackable blueprint, that iron input has to go up to infinity and beyond. So effectively, yeah, this is going to be ugly. Yeah, that is too far out and too high up to properly fit a vertical splitter on it. Sound effect wise, that the Reaper Leviathan always delivers. Like it's not even from this game, and it's still enough to give me the heebie-jeebies. We might need to bring the iron up the middle here. And the steel is also going to come up the middle here. Ugh, this is going to be messy. It's a very jumpable sound. It is a very jumpable sound. Well, that worked. I wasn't focused and jumped. Yep. Yep. Okay, this is a little squeezy, but can work. Okay, steel ingot comes in here. Steel ingot comes in there. Iron ingot is from here. This also takes iron ingots and iron ingots, so we just need to figure out some way of manifolding along there. And I'm not sure how to do that easily with this vertical space. We may need to lift the blueprint up a bit more to fit the required mumbo jumbo to get vertical splitters and mergers to work, because these are still bugged. But that'll do for our steel throughput. Okay, so I think that's outputting cable. So we have cable being produced, we have plates being produced, and we have screws being produced. Now let me just switch back here. Screws, plates, cable. The screws and the plates both need to go into an assembler. And we still need to fit 2 or 3 constructors in for the crystal. Yeah, then we can fit that in.
Incoming Pioneer reinforcements.
Ooh.
Aether Phasma is leading a
Aether
force of
Phasma.
25 viewers. They were last streaming Satisfactory. Thanks for the raid,
Welcome,
Aether
Phasma.
Phasma,
Welcome,
and
raiders.
welcome
How are you
everyone
all?
to the channel.
25 viewers,
I
welcome
have it on
everybody.
record that Aether Phasma is an exemplary pioneer, and recommend that you check out their channel.
Yep, go check out Aether Phasma's channel. They are a dragon form PNG tuber, I think you call it. But Aether Phasma also has quite chill, satisfactory streams. Just don't mention vertical mergers and splitters, and he is quite chill. Yeah, but I can understand. And yeah, Ada, did you see there's a massive bug fix out, and they didn't fix vertical splitters and mergers? Yeah, outrage indeed. Anyway, we while I've got on the design page here, we're continuing making my nuclear power factory, which has a lot of blueprints. And right now I'm working on making a crystal oscillator blueprint. Wow, this one needs to stack 6 high. So it might be worth actually doing 2 stacks of 3 on this, otherwise this is going to be a very tall tower. But I'm trying to cram all of this into, technically it's 2 blueprints. Let me just memorize this. I need 2 more constructors and bolted plates. Crystal is the 2 constructors. I mean, I could process the crystal elsewhere. Under the radar, vertical splitters. Yes, so this is the layout. I'm working on a base blueprint that is non-square. So the idea is we have our Hughes nuclear facility over there, and you can see a circle in the middle, and you can kind of see 2 factories over there. So each little sub-factory is going to take out a wedge of the circle, and wedges are not square. So I need to make a blueprint that is 5 foundations across the front and 7 foundations across the back. So I've kind of split it into 2 bases, and I've kind of put these outlines so I know what sort of room I have to work with. But here's the previous one I made when they come together. This one makes rotors. So this is actually 2 blueprints side by side here. And when you merge them and bring them together, everything lines up. There's a nice walkway through the middle, and everything theoretically works. Add to that challenge is that these are to be vertically stacked. So this one on the left here, there'll be another one on top, like this. Come on, stack. Come on. There. Okay, and down a meter. So that will be like that. So this will build up and have a vertical manifold of incoming supplies to each of them. So we have these vertical splitters and mergers sort of already set up. And the bug is, or one of the bugs is, if you build a lift from a floor hole upwards and then you put a splitter
Incoming
on it,
propaganda broadcast detected.
then
Please
this
seek
floor
shelter.
hole... Hang on, I'm just going to sleep that ad. Snooze. Hello, snooze. There, okay, there we go. This floor hole will be bugged. It does not work. So I've had to put all these signs around telling me to rebuild different lifts once they're actually connected. So I need to build one in here. So this one I would need to put in here. Like that. And this one over here, I need to delete, not the blueprint, delete that old lift. And you, hang on, did they fix this? Can you build from the hole into the splitter? No! So you have to build from the splitter, back down and snap it to the hole. That will work now that that's rebuilt. So yeah, it's a pain. The reason I couldn't rebuild it in the blueprint is because this was on the bottom level and it refused to build all the way down for some reason because they're bugged. Anyway, so when you come to the next level, then you come from here and you build from here up to the hole, and then you rebuild this, and this has to start from here and has to come down to the hole. And so then you get your materials will flow through from one blueprint to the next blueprint. But yeah, they are not for the faint-hearted. It'll break the link at the bottom of the hole. Yep. And if you rebuild it, it'll be fine. But the first time you build from the conveyor upwards, there's also other quirks like, you know, I need to build a vertical splitter here, and I want it to kind of start here. They kind of start below it. So really I want this lift to be lower and going up to the next level. And then I need to put a splitter on. But if I get lower, instead of snapping to the right place, it will snap to the bottom. So that's another frustration. But yeah. So when I've finished this, basically I will put a floor hole here. Actually, I can probably do this now. Now, yeah, see before, the other one, the floor hole was on the bottom level, like this. And if you build a lift from here, hang on, can't even get under it. From here to the hole, yeah, it refuses to connect. Even though that is a valid hole and the distance is valid, it refuses to connect. But I've actually raised this up by a meter. Actually, let me build this first. Make sure it's lined up. I've raised this up a meter here, so there's actual clearance. So this one I should actually be able to build as part of the blueprint. And that one should work without having to fix it. Theoretically. I haven't tested it since the patch update. Even half a meter might. And they've fixed the bug where it used to throw in half a meter randomly. How long would you say you've been working on this world? This world's been a few hundred hours, so I can actually show you in the save game. So this world, oh wow, I've hit the 400-hour mark in this particular playthrough, and I am just starting phase 4. So I have automated aluminium, so I've got Mark 5 belts, but I haven't done anything else in phase 4 as yet. Lines up with your floors better. Yes, yes. I mean, part of the reason was to raise this is so I can put proper supports underneath the manufacturers here. So kind of like these supports here. So yeah, I've decided it's actually better to build everything a little higher, and it gives me more room underneath. And I might need to rate, if I can raise this up a little bit more, then I might actually be able to get that vertical splitter and merger in place as well. But for now, I just know that there needs to be something there, and I'll tackle it later. Because I'm still early in this, I'm still in the can everything fit phase of the design, and what are the levels like. Yeah, I think this I will need to build on the lower level, because that is actually like this high up. And if I have to build an assembler here, because if I need to stack 6 of these buggers on top of each other, it does fit.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
It does
Please seek
fit.
shelter.
But I think I'm going to see if I can compact the height a little. So I'm actually going to rebuild these down on the lower level. This is very much a jigsaw at the moment to see if I can get everything to fit in a decent layout. So, copy settings. So that was lined up with the one below, which is back a meter. That's there. It's amazing, bro. It looks like an empire. Thank you. This is just this is not really part of the factory. This is I mean, this is my nuclear plant that started to be built. So this is actually a pretty large one. You can kind of see over there that tower there is an aluminium 3 blueprint stack I made. So that stack will make 300 aluminium ingots per minute. And you can kind of see some other factory parts there. But yeah, I'm trying to... Yeah, all the rest of the factory is kind of that way. Actually, you might be able to see, you can see in the distance there, the computer factory. So that's making high-speed connectors and supercomputers, and there's circuit boards up there, and that's processing over there. Slides falls forward to where, yeah. Kind of really weird thing, columns count only at their center of mass. Yes! Yes, that's what I had with this one. When I originally built this, the refiners were only a meter above the ground, and I put these beams under it. And yes, so if you have a beam, sorry, not a beam, a pillar like that, you can actually nudge it down a meter below it. So if I wanted to put beams under these machines, I could do it by putting them under. But I thought I'd play it safe and lift everything up an extra meter so there's a full 2 meters clearance to be able to run my supports under it. But yeah, you could squeeze another meter out of your blueprint by fudging those there. 300 a minute, so personal and handcrafting only. That's per stack, and it only takes like 50 oil or something, and a bit of bauxite, and it's repeatable. So I can spam those towers, but for the nuclear build, that's all the aluminium I need. Even though I'm doing 38 reactors at 250% each. That's all the aluminium you need. Yeah, per blueprint is 300, so yeah. Quite easy to expand. That's right, I was moving these around. Copy. Actually, did I paste that? I probably didn't, which means I probably got the wrong recipe in it. Back another meter. Paste. So that is steel beams. Yeah, I didn't paste the recipe. There should be screws. Ah, crap, I forgot about the ads.
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, we got to take an ad break. So I'm going to pause here for a couple of minutes. I'm going to take a break and have a bit of a drink. I will be back in about 3 minutes. And there's the autosave. Good timing. Get how nice the Satisfactory background music is. Yes, it's beautiful music. Love the Satisfactory soundtrack.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we're back. We're back making a crazy crystal oscillator double blueprint. Yes, the Satisfactory background music. So this is a mix playlist I have for my streams of all different game soundtracks, but yeah, the Satisfactory music is in there and it's great. That one was coming up from below and then splitting. Barely Building, hey, good evening, Barely Building, how are you going? So yes, to do a vertical lift somewhat reliably, if you build from a hole the full length that you want to build and then excess, then you can put your splitter on, hold snap to snap it at the right place, but then this hole will not work, so you then need to rebuild that lift and rebuild it from the splitter back down to the hole. That, with a bit of luck, will work, although I haven't tested it since the bug fix that came out earlier in the week, so it may be worse or it may be fixed, who knows. Okay, so that should have rebuilt that. So we do need a vertical splitter merger up here as well, but this is too close to the ground to do it here. So I need to figure out a way of doing that. I might need to raise the whole blueprint up. Good. Chipping away at phase 4. Cool. I'm chipping away at my nuclear power to let me do phase 4 because I have not started on the rest because I have no power. And for those who are wondering how much power I do have, not much. I am on, at max, 17 gigawatts of power, and it is entirely from coal and the odd geothermal generator. Because I am skipping fuel power as a challenge and as motivation to do nuclear because I've never done nuclear before. So we are going decent-sized nuclear in this build, and this should give me power through to the rest of the game. Now, I actually need Mark 6 belts to get this up to full capacity, so we are building it at half capacity first, which will get me all the way through phase 4, and then when we hit phase 5, I'll upgrade, like there's just a few key belts on a few miners, upgrade to those to Mark 6, and then I can double the production, and we will have, I think it's, was it 30-something nuke generators at 250% will be the final thing. No fuel. Yep, I have not even unlocked fuel power, because if I unlock fuel power, it is just too easy to go rocket fuel and you're done. I have done turbo fuel and rocket fuel so many times before. I want to break from them, so I haven't even unlocked them. I'm going straight to nuclear. So I planned it all out, and now we are working on blueprints to make the different parts that go into the nuclear build. So this particular blueprint is making crystal oscillators. If you get a chance, take out your ASM to system plant. Steampunk Vibe. Ooh, Steampunk Vibe. Cool. Now let me just check this. This will be iron coming in here. The iron comes in to make iron wire. It also goes up here and feeds into the foundry to make cast plate out of iron and steel. This is the steel coming up, and this will feed through to the next blueprint when it's stacked. And the steel comes in here and also into here to make steel beams, which then go into here to make steel screws. So this is part of... Where's my window? There it is. This is part of this plan here. So we've done this bit and this bit and this bit. We need to do, and this is done on the other side of the blueprint, we need to do this and the assembler. So the screws and plates, which we've just done on the second level, need to go to an assembler. And then we need 2 or 3. We could just do 2 and overclock, or we could do 3 constructors for the quartz crystal. So we could do just 1 assembler here and overclock it. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. This is the jigsaw puzzle, is where do we fit these in and how do they look and how does the material flow. So these 2 here are going to be the inputs for the assembler. I think that'll touch the... Okay, that is actually the equivalent height of that. Now, these 2 merge together. You can see half the walkway there and half the walkway there. So if the manufacturers come to here, I do have space on this floor to come all the way across to there. And I need to fit 1 or 2 assemblers and 2 constructors. It'd be nice if the constructors lined up with the ones on the other levels. Although that will make input of materials more difficult because the manifold up would need to be over here and we've already got this one. I mean, it would actually be easier, I guess, if we had 1, 2, 3 of 3 different materials here. We just bring them all in at one spot. So that's lined up there. And we've got a bit of space to play with here. I think there was actually 2 meters space between them. Yep. So this is quartz crystal. Copy, paste. I'm tempted to put the assembler this way, like this. So that can just come sort of across and up and in. That can sort of loop around and back and in. And then the output of this will run across and manifold down into the manufacturers. This is assuming I just have 1 and overclock it, which I think is just going to be so much easier. I mean, technically we could actually fit 3 of these across. Although that will clash with the side of the manufacturer. Although... I'm going to have to rebuild it over here to get an idea of spacing. So it would be there. Like, it wouldn't technically clip. And actually the arm is in this nice little space here. So it wouldn't actually clash with the manufacturer. I like that. Like, it'd be nice to have a little space between them, but at least it's not too bad. Again, motto of the build, not too bad. What were we building in this? I can't remember. Plates. It was bolted plates, I think. Okay, bolted plates, iron plates, screws. Yes, so the screws come in here. Hang on, that's 260 screws. And that is 375. Did I need more screws? Oh, did I overclock it? No? Or is it a different recipe? Hello, can you open please? Oh. I'm on VR controllers, you can be a mouse. Just what's the recipe? Ah, I haven't put the 150. Oh, no, that's fine. 150. What's the recipe though? Maybe it's the basic iron plate recipe. Okay, so it'll need 45 plates and 90 screws. That's a different recipe. There we go. Okay, it's just the basic iron plate recipe. Probably because I've got plenty of iron, and one of these foundries can spit out 45 plates. So screws are 90, which means this one it's gonna be so underclocked. Like, we could save some space and overclock more in this blueprint. Hello, 90? 9, not 99, 90. Here we go, and that requires 1.731 steel beams. As I said, not much. I'm wondering if it's worth changing to bolted plates. Oh, that's a bit high there. Oh, glad I spotted that. I think I need to bring this up a little higher because that foundry is taller than the constructors. That's okay. I think we can bring that probably up too, so we'll bring it up to that height. So it's good to figure this stuff out now before doing all the logistics and stuff. And these foundations are solely to put stuff on. The final build will use probably just pillars for support. So they'll be suspended machines. Okay. I mean, we could do the maths right here. If we need 7.5 reinforced iron plate per minute, bolted plates would be 50%, which is good. Underclocking's good. And then that would require 45 plates a minute, which sounds awfully familiar. But more screws? How is that more efficient? Oh, this is just higher output. You add extra screws to get more throughput. Because like the other one was 150% and this one is 50%. So this recipe is 3 times the throughput of the base recipe, but needs more screws. But that's still only half a constructor of screws. 2.404 beams. And this is still going to be bugger all beams. I do not think the extra steel is going to break the bank. I might need to bump this number to get it so that it doesn't fall a little short. Okay, that goes to there. That goes to there. These are all crystal that goes over to there. So let's check the plan again. Crystal, plates, cable all go to the manufacturers. So it's only 3 inputs on this one, which is nice. And we've overclocked these to 150. So I've already overclocked them a bit. Yes, we have overclocked them. So if I do the 3 from leave this out, that way there's space near the walkway. Okay, so 1. Two. 3. Will it let me do this one? Nope. I cannot put a vertical splitter there, even though it looks like it should fit. I could probably do one here and there. If I do it higher, I can snap one to there, delete this, and then rebuild that there. In fact, I might rebuild all of them. That way the lifts are facing the right way, or at least facing a consistent way. I actually want that height, so I will drop that down a meter. How is that not lined up? How? So are we blaming the vertical splitters here, or are we blaming the manufacturers here? That is a good question. Could be anything. How am I going to do this? Probably easiest if I build it from the bottom, but face the lift this way around. Then I can snap that on there. Rebuild that, and that should be lined up. It's backwards. Bugger. Just stuff the whole direction up. Yeah, okay, so it's going to be reverse direction. Nudge it into place. I think that's about right. Lift goes up. We have enough room there to put our conveyor. Lift is going the right direction, but it turned itself around. Great. The one time I didn't want it to rotate. And that's straight. Okay, so we can jump through some hoops and make it straight, but now we need to basically rebuild this from the vertical splitter down and hope it attaches. That's not ticking. Wow, we got the whole half-meter bug back? I thought they fixed that. So yeah, there's an old bug where when you're doing a vertical splitters and mergers, it's out by half a meter alignment vertically. Like this is lined up, like I can put this in here, right? Yes. Okay. But when I'm going from here... Okay, might need to bring out a little more. Like, why is it so hard to do this? That is not ticking. That should snap on. How do I fix this? Like this lift is lined up correctly. This foundation, let's see if I got my foundations wrong. No, the foundations and the manufacturers are whole meters in distance apart. I mean, there is one way to do it, and that is not to use a vertical splitter. That's going to be messy. Like, this is a perfect place to use vertical splitters and mergers, but they just do not fit. There are mods that will fix this. There are mods that will let you like nudge lifts into certain places and magically fix all the attachment problems. I'm going to try the vertical things again. You avoid vertical splitters like the plague. Yeah. For some reason, I decided to make a full playthrough that is built around vertical manifolds. I think this. Now, surely I've done a vertical manifold with manufacturers before. Thought I had a blue. Maybe this is a new bug. This might actually be a new bug since the patch, because I swear I've done this before. Look, manufacturer 2 times vertical. I've done it in a blueprint before, so it is possible. As if VR is hard enough. VR is not the hard bit here. Okay. Copy settings. I'm going to just use the blueprint that is already set up and works. I need to trim a few bits off it, but manufacturer 2 vertical. But the problem with this is, oh no, this one's going the other way. This is a bottom up one. That's not going to work. I need a top down one. Let's try it in a separate blueprint maker. I'm going to nudge it up a whole pile so I've got some room to work with. Oh, I used holes there. Maybe, no, because the holes shouldn't matter. Oh yeah, you know, that would work. Yeah, it would work. But I would need to raise this blueprint up. When did I last save this blueprint? Okay. Crystal Osk, right. Okay, so let's do it this way. Blueprints, power, crystal, where is it? Actually, I could do it with a whole... No, I can't. Or can I? I really should save that other side as well, especially since I've done so much work on it. Okay, so if I have a hole that is... Let's actually lower the hole so we've got a little bit of space. Holes are there. Now, this needs to face... Yes, that is the right way around. Now we have splitters. See, those line up. Those line up fine. It was just the lower end that didn't. But now if I... Yeah, no, it's got to go higher. It's got to go lower than that. I can't get low enough. Even though it clearly has enough space to latch on there, it refuses and will do something stupid on the hole, which is not possible. Okay, so let's do the same thing, but I will nudge the entire blueprint up a couple of meters. Man, I was hoping to have everything finished tonight, and this one bit is taking so long to do. Okay. Crystal oscillator right. So this is the existing one. This is where it normally sits. Let's go another 2 meters up. which is still plenty of vertical space to do what we need to do, which is fine. It means we do need to redo that one higher as well. Actually, I'll try. Yeah, I'll do it. Oh no, I'll go all the way down. I do not trust it. Because the bottom bits are going to be deleted. We don't actually need the bottom bits in this because this is a manifold that is just local to this blueprint and this blueprint only. So all we need to do is get these two damn vertical splitters on, and then we rebuild the tops as a manifold, and then we're plain sailing. Uwu Melon is watching your factory in VR as satisfying as it is on PC, or do I need to ask my friend for your headset back? Oh, you need to ask your friend for a headset back. It is an amazing chill experience, except for stingers. They're not so chill. But yeah, Satisfactory in VR. I mean, I'm biased. I am the creator of the mod that makes this work in VR. But even outside of that, I've sunk over 1,000 hours in Satisfactory in VR. Okay. Uwu Melon. Oh no, that's also so cool. Thanks. You're on YouTube, Uwu, so if you check the video description, there should be a link to the mod and information there on how to get it and install it. It does take a pretty grunty computer. If you know VR, you know that in general VR games are a lot more demanding than flat games, and because this game isn't designed for VR, it does need a pretty powerful computer to work well. Although we have had people in the community running it on potatoes, like someone was running it on a NVIDIA 1660 graphics card somehow. I don't know how, but they enjoyed their experience. Random Skib, look, what the hell am I seeing? You are seeing Satisfactory in VR, or are you asking what these vertical lifts and merges? Because these lifts and merges are from hell indeed. I do not recommend them lightly. They are still buggy. They've been buggy since they were added. They were slightly less buggy after 1.1, but still buggy. Now, we've got that done. Let's see if our supports actually line up this time. What am I building? I am building a crystal oscillator blueprint for a nuclear power build. Although it's a weird blueprint because it's not square. It is designed to fit around a circle. So over there you can see my just rough layout for my nuclear power station. And in the middle, you kind of can't see it through the fog, but there is a circle in the middle, and all of this radiates out from the center of the circle. And you can kind of see in the fog there two factories side by side. So these different factories will be around an inner ring in the circle. And because a circle is not squares, the blueprints that I make are not squares either. So these two parts are the one blueprint. So this blueprint is 5 foundations across at the front, and at the back it is 7 foundations across. And so when you build these together and you merge them together, you end up with something like this one over here. So this one is making rotors, and you can kind of see I've got an angle there to say where the bounds are. And this is basically 2 blueprint halves that are overlapping and brought together to make a single blueprint. And this one's vertically stackable, so this one, like if I build this here on top, blueprint snap, rotate it. That didn't snap very well. Is that the wrong one? Did I copy the wrong blueprint? No, oh, that's test. Okay. Oh, yeah, I built a test blueprint. Whoops. It's like, that's the wrong blueprint. This is rotors right. If I snap rotors right to the top there and rotate it like that, that snaps in there like that. And then because this is a vertical manifold, you then connect the two sections together. Actually, we connect from there down to there. And there's a lift in there that we need to connect from that vertical lift there, because this is resources coming in. That snaps into there. And then you keep building up as high as you need to go. So that's the design. I mean, I don't know what is happening. Don't get me wrong, I loved it back then, but I have a much deeper love now. You mean VR or Satisfactory, Uwu? Oh, hang on, sorry, read your other comment. You played back in 0.6? Okay, gave up around computer phase. Getting back into it now and actually learning how to play factory games. Love it. Awesome, awesome. I started back in update 5. And yeah, that was a really good time to join. But I have been playing pretty much non-stop since then. So I did have about 1,200 hours in together. Your builds. Yeah, so this factory here, I need to feed in steel here, and I feed in copper, I think it is, copper here, and water. And so these refiners over here make steamed copper sheets with the copper and the water. And then over this side, that steel gets turned into steel beams, which gets turned into screws. And then the output of these screws come up the top here. And we have another input of the copper sheets. So the copper sheets come across here, and the screws come in here, and that makes the rotors. Which is a pretty simple-ish, but it's just the layout is very confusing. Because it's split and it's non-square, which makes it challenging. It's an interesting design challenge as well, like how do I get all this to fit together, because this side here needs to connect to that side there. So here we have these finally working across. Oops, wrong side. Ah! How did I get that height wrong? Interesting. Is the lift that's wrong or the support that's wrong? Ah, this one's too short. These are huge. Oh, there's a ½ meter nudge there. Did you see that? That went up ½ meter. That's ½ meter. And then it does the full meter. Oh, this is not lining up. The ½ meter problem is back. Oh my goodness! Why is this game so buggy? The ½ meter problem is back. It's fine here because that's flush. But this problem here, how am I going to solve this? I mean, I can nudge these ½ meter. It won't look pretty. But it'll at least be straight. No, I don't like that. That's bad. I have another idea. Another idea. We have this space here, so why don't I just... Oh, that's not going to line up. As I said, we got space, so might as well use it. I mean, yeah, that's fine. We've got the space, and then we'll just bring them all across there. Is playing on VR fun at first, or dizzy and headachy? It is fun, but I am very used to VR. I've played quite a lot of VR, so the kind of motion that Satisfactory is in VR is pretty much standard, like first-person action game. The controls are very similar to any other first-person VR game. So if you're familiar with playing other games in VR, it's no problem. So now we need all the other bits to join up to those bits. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these over here in the same spot, so I know where they'll be. So it's there, but it's over a meter. It's there. Actually, it's also a meter up. So those are the three. These are the same as those. If I did these blueprints, they would actually match up. You know what? I should save these blueprints before they... if I do something stupid and delete them. Yeah, that's right. I was changing the name. This is Crystal Osk. Right. It's going in this directory. Yes. Oh, the keyboard is one of the weak points of VR. It is hard to beat a real keyboard for being able to type. But I'm not writing novels here. I'm just writing labels, so it's fine. And this one over here. Actually, I'll build this. I need to save it before I rebuild it, but I need to make it higher. So let's just save this as temp first. Because we raised the other one up higher, I'll do the same to this one so that they line up properly. Clear. Now you're going to bail? No problem, no problem. Barely building. I can't wait to do a VR tour of my world. Cool. As in, once your world is finished building, you're not going to do a VR build tour before then? Check it out. Oops, no, this is just temp. Oh, there's the crash. That's happened twice tonight. So if you save a blueprint and immediately try building it, sometimes it crashes. Has anyone else had that bug problem, or is it just me? I get it every now and again, but I've had it twice tonight. And reloading. Think he'll save it? Likely do a world tour to end the series. We'll merge it with the VR tour. Not a crash you experienced? Okay. I don't think it's mod related. Unless there's something weird in my save game. Maybe it's just balking at the amount of vertical splitters and merges I have. Okay, just injecting VR again. Here we are in the menu in VR. Now, for those who weren't here at the start, did you know that in the main menu there is a huge llama watching your every selection? Yep, large llama. There's also a cart flying up there that flew into a lift. I wonder if that's intentional. That's a bit weird. But yes, giant llama watching you, judging you. Good sim reference would have been so good there. Llamas seem to be the token mascot of a lot of Coffee Stain devs. There's on the modding Discord. There's a lot of llama-related smiley icon versions. I need to load. Because blueprints don't save with the save game, I need to reload this one here to make sure it's got all the latest bits, which it should do. It looked like it was fairly up to date. And over here, this time if we build, it should hopefully not crash. That's looking a bit better. And we're going to raise it up too. See, when we merge it across here, like this, it will all come together. Oh, that's higher. That's a different height. Ooh, that's good to know. I didn't actually think about that. Okay. Okay. So there is actually a 2-meter gap there that I forgot about. So instead of nudging these up a meter, they're going to be down a meter. Okay. So these are all wrong. Instead, it will be there. Which is going to be interesting because it's off by a meter from the rest of our stuff, but that is okay. Because we can just do, like if I do a square belt from here to here, okay, it's not going to like it. And that's probably too low for a stumpy lift. This is the only one that's going to be complicated. Maybe I'll bring this whole thing up a meter. Oh yeah, actually, didn't I already say I was going to lift this up and I haven't? Because this is too tall. I need to bring this up 2 meters anyway. Yes.
Timing for your next ad break / when you want dinner?
The next ad break is in 8 minutes, but I can pause it for a few minutes extra.
Okay, good.
Okay, maybe hold it off for another 20 minutes then, and then do it?
Hold it.
Okay. Sorry, just checking in with my chef. Well, assistant chef. I actually prepared dinner earlier. No, that's not what I wanted. Let's bring this down here so make sure it's all lined up. So that's lined up with that one, but we bring it all the way up here. And then we copy settings, paste settings. Actually, have I even bothered to set a recipe on these yet? I may not have. And I certainly didn't overclock them yet, so... I did set quartz, okay, so it is set at least. So when this comes over here, it's actually going to be quite high up on the side of the manufacturer, like that. Now, if we could get this to line up with one of those, it would be nice. And we do have room. Although having that on a different level to that actually is kind of cool as well. Because the tops are actually more in line then, so maybe I leave that at that height. Although the whole point of moving it before was to actually get a nicer height to connect to the lift. But if I move it across, the height won't matter. Because I won't need to kink it. Did that just go diagonally? No, it didn't. It's my imagination or my paranoia. So that is too far across. It's because it's going to hit the pole. It is an optional pole. We could do it, but having it lined up with that one is probably reasonable. Yeah, that can now just go like that. Although, if I do it a bit closer...
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Had soup on. Is that too close? No, that's okay. Because basically, if there's a conveyor there and a conveyor there, then I can have auto connect mode on, and it will put in an extra bit of conveyor between them. So then I just need a similar for the other ones. And if I bring them back, I wonder if it'll auto connect to a lift, or if I'm going to need a bit of conveyor run up. Okay, oh, I haven't pasted yet. Copy, paste. Here we go. That's right, because I had this properly overclocked. Because we changed recipes. Oh, that's right, this one comes from below. This one is actually the inputs from these two. And then those all input to here. Yep, okay, so if we merge all these here, and then they can drop down to a lift there, that sounds good. So let's... Okay, but I will take a short break here and have a bit of a drink, and get my legs moving again, and I'll be back shortly after a short break.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. We are on the edge of the Titan Forest, where we have a multi-blueprint setup to work on some overly complicated blueprints for our nuclear factory project. So this particular blueprint, we are making crystal oscillators. We are using the basic recipe, which is slow as. Yeah, maybe I should overclock these more because there is a crystal oscillator recipe that is better throughput. But there's one problem with it, is it takes rubber. And so far, my planned nuclear build is completely free of plastic and rubber. So changing to this would complicate things a lot. So instead, we're just building lots of these. Now, we can stack these vertically. They are designed to stack as a vertical blueprint, like those ones over there. But yeah, we might, basically this will need 6 of these double blueprints to get the full throughput. And we might do a side-by-side 2 stacks of 3 instead of 1 stack of 6, because once we've got all the bottom factories making all the base materials for the uranium nuclear power, we're going to need another set of factories on top that will be purifying and cleaning up the waste, ready to sink it. And so, I mean, we just build higher, I guess. It could look quite cool at the end, depending on how high it actually gets. So right now we're working on getting the materials that are made on this side of the blueprint over to this side, where they will go into a manufacturer making crystal oscillators. And we have a vertical manifold that will feed it down to a second manufacturer. And this vertical manifold has been very frustrating, thanks to old vertical splitter bugs that are still there. So yeah, that's been fun. But I think we've conquered it and come up with a solution that is acceptable. Now we're just figuring out how to line up the outputs of these materials with the inputs over there. So when we bring these blueprints together, they auto-connect and I don't have to do any manual connection. Hey Russ, thank you, thank you. Now this one, all of these 3 could merge here. And we could do a tiny lift there, potentially. But let's test the tiny lift before we actually leave that merger there and wire everything else. Ah! Russ! I'm guessing it was Russ. Was that you, Russ? Actually, that is not going to fit a tiny lift, so that is just a default. That will work. Straight does not work. I thought they fixed straight. Hey, it was Dippy. Sorry for accusing you, Russ. Good afternoon, Dippy. How you going? Is that only a 1 meter difference? I think it is only a 1 meter, because this was a 2 meter from there to there. So yeah, that is only 1 meter. So I guess having that like that is reasonable. Okay, so that's the easy part. We still need to do the inputs of this, and we've got a mess down here. Actually, we could fix this now. So we had a problem here where we couldn't do a vertical splitter because of space issues. Those space issues should now be solved by being able to put a hole way down there. Maybe I should put that hole down there as well so it all lines up. This needs to keep going up all the way to the next blueprint up. But it does not need to go in here, so that could conflict. This is also looking like it's too squeezy to fit that over there and get a lift in. Which means I thought I wanted the silver side on that side. Did I get it backwards? Oh, okay. I've been getting them wrong the whole way around. Majesty ability to rebuild wood? No. Just returned from your new work at a factory. Living the dream, Dippy. Living the dream. Iron, and iron. So are you designing the factory layout, Stiffy, or are you just packing boxes, or what does your factory job actually entail? And are you playing more or less Satisfactory since your new job? Okay, so we need a hole. Oh, did this drop to? Oh, there's a number behind there, 46. Okay, 61. Oh, so close to that being a single Mark 1 belt that would have made things a lot easier. I dream you like money. Does it pay reasonable money? Yeah, I don't think it's going to let me put a lift in there. Nope, it's not. So we need to move these forward, which means that will kind of move forward, which actually that will still be fine, and I think it will actually line up better with that one. So this might actually work out okay. So if we put a Mark II in here, it will at least stop too much coming through. Everything goes well, you operate SMD line. SMD surface mounts. Something or others? I'm just guessing here. What is SMD for? Actually, if it's there, it kind of lines up with the pole better. Yep, plenty of room. Surface-mounted device. Hey, I was kind of right, or at least 2/3 right. That sounds cool. Okay, so we have... Actually, we can bring this hole higher now that this is in place. But this will just shoot up and we'll connect to the next floor up. But I will leave it there for now as a placeholder, just to know how much space it takes up. I think I can squeeze a lift in there and that'll be functional. Yep. And that will work because I've rebuilt the lift between the splitter and the hole. If I just built from a hole up and then whacked a splitter on it, it would break the hole. Okay, so these are our input products. We are inputting iron through this one, steel from this one, and the steel is going to steel cast plates and steel beams. 16% of a steel beam. Right, and then we need another one that's coming up that provides the quartz for these. So probably a similar sort of thing where we have splitter here. And then we have the input of the quartz. Is that what it was lined up with? Yep, there. Put that hole there. That goes up. And then that's the silver side, okay. Actually, I do want the silver side on that side. Again, doesn't really matter. And now that we built that, we need to rebuild this lift because right now that hole is broken. And it's kind of useful having the inputs all grouped together, kind of. And there's a bit of space between them, so it shouldn't be too much of a spaghetti mess when we connect them all together. How much crystal are we bringing in here? Actually, that's a good question because we haven't balanced these yet. So let's look at the plan. We need 54 total across 3 constructors. So target here, we go hello. 54 divided by 3 is... that didn't work. Okay, let's try it up here. Math. 22.5 divided by 54 times 3%. That's probably wrong. That is wrong. 54 divided by 3, 18. I knew that, I was testing you. See, entering a number in here seems to be a little dodgy. Sometimes it works like that, and other times it doesn't. And now I can just copy settings, paste, done. So the throughput here is actually overall 30, 60, 90. So we need a Mark II belt coming in, but these can be Mark I belts into the machines, definitely. Did that actually go there, or did it? Okay, it did. And we put a Mark II between these, whoops. We're missing a Mark III. Actually, we'll do a Mark II there because 90 is less than 120. So Mark II in there will help throttle it, and then the Mark III, or we might actually probably upgrade this to more than a Mark III because it will need 90 times potentially 6, which is 54, which is 540, which means we will actually need a Mark V belt. Okay, we get into the mathy side of things here. Okay, this needs not much iron. It needs 15 iron. And that needs, oh, that's steel. Okay, steel. 10 steel and 15 steel. So that Mark III should be plenty, but the iron is 15 here. And 12.5 and 12.5, which is about 45. Which times by 6 is 360, so a Mark IV will be fine there. That's an estimate. It's less than 360. Sorry. So let's get this little one in here. Okay. So those should be the right capacity inputs to deal with what this factory requires. These 3 will be deleted, and basically when you extend this blueprint you connect from these up to the holes that will be in the next one, but I'm going to leave them there for spacing, just so we know what conflicts space-wise with it. Okay. Next we have screws. Okay, that's right. These feed into here. If we put holes there, probably just go reverse. I think I want it going the other way. Let's see how it looks going the other way from here to here. Yeah, that's good. And this isn't quite clean enough to directly go across, so we have to do a kind of a loop around like that. This is outputting 125 screws a minute, so it does actually need a Mark III. This is outputting 45 a minute, so a Mark I would actually be plenty. And on the top, doesn't really matter what we have as long as it's enough, because you're not going to see it. Into the reinforced plate. Okay. And the reinforced plate is output to there. Ah! Now it's Russ's turn. Already had to learn 100 plus abbreviations. Oh. Too many TLAs, huh? Is that for each component, is it? Okay, so this has got to go and get the materials from here. Russ, you're sticking out for some words on stream in 10 minutes or so? When we have a break? It's cable. I'm pretty sure it's cable is the last one to come through here. You know, the cable we could actually, might be easier to bring it along the bottom rather than up the top. Sure, cool. Because we've got this walkway here. We can just run the cable underneath. It does mean changing the bulb. Changing one of these. So it would be this one on the end here. Basically, we need to change this manifold to go the other way. And all that entails. So, and then sleeps? Yep, sleeps afterwards. That's fine. Because, you know, words is better when Russ is on board. Let's actually bring the conveyor over first before we get too overzealous. Now we are bringing over a whole... Actually, we haven't... I don't know if we've load balanced these yet. What are the ratios for these constructors? 1 at... Alright, stop moving. VR controllers do not make the best mouse. 140% on the cable. 187 on those. Oh, so we could do 3 of those. That'll run into the walkway. Okay, 140 and 187. Hopefully others join in. Hopefully others do, and they usually do, Russ. Usually there's a few extra that join in. It's just you are very good at it, and you don't have D&D tomorrow, so you'll be around a bit longer. Cool. Well, it's up to you. If you need to sleep, then by all means sleep. I'm not going to force you to watch or anything. It's going to need one of them if it's going to go to 140. But it's always good to have you around for words on the stream. There we go, 42 per minute, which means these need to be 21 a minute. Hang on, that's... No, 84 in total. So these would need to be 84 divided by 2. Sometimes if I do... Oh, that actually did work. 186.67. There you go. Copy, paste. See how awake you are afterwards? No problems, no problems. So this here, hang on, how much was it output? 42, bugger all. So that could be a Mark 1. And if we take it down the line there is a nice point, and that way we bring it from the line here and we bring it in here, except this is a vertical splitter. Yeah,
Master's on dinner at 10.
Dinner in 10 minutes. Excellent.
Okay.
My estimate was right. Yeah, we're going to have to do a little linky-dink here to get this working. But I think I'm going to keep it at this height for now. Now that will connect to this edge here, but we don't need to leave it right there for the auto connect to work. So let's move it over a little bit. So it'll come across to, say, there, should allow us to do a lift down and then up again, potentially. Hey, Relax! Good morning, Relax. How are you going? Started your 1.2 month playthrough the other day. Awesome! Awesome. Are you treadmilling it? Don't know where month came from. Yeah, fair enough. Your 1.2 Satisfactory playthrough. On the catwalk. It is Relax. Everyone be excited. So how is it going, Relax? How is VR Satisfactory treating you? Hopefully well. So we really basically want to redo this manifold here, but we want to start at the bottom and go up. Might actually be easy. That's right, we decided to use a hole because the holes were behaving and the rest weren't. That is lined up and lined up. Now we're going all the way to Fixonium. As in power? Probably not for power. At the moment, the plan is just to make uranium power and sink the plutonium. I might later on look at doing a plutonium power into fixonium. And then I would have to do the fixonium to sink the waste, obviously, because I'm not dealing with waste. I mean, I am dealing with waste because I don't want waste. Okay, so there's our vertical lift. And now that we've got the vertical splitters in place with the middle lift going the right direction, we now delete the top and bottom. Especially the hole, because this hole will be broken because vertical lifts and holes are bugged. Fixonium doesn't make waste. Yes, exactly. But you turn it into fixonium so you can sink it. That's interesting. That's not lined up. Is it though? Is what is going on here, folks? Nope. Hey, look, we got the half-meter bug. Joy. Okay, let's not build from a hole. I learned that lesson ages ago. Never build from a hole if you want your lifts to work. And I'm sure there's some phrasing in there, but it's not. So you have to build like that from the floor. Then these will line up. No, they're not. Yes, okay.
Phrasing.
That was a reach. There was. Okay, maybe I was just snapping to the half meter, but I was having problems earlier this evening where things were just not half meters. We're not snapping on the right spot. Okay. Stand up was actually stand up. Oh, congratulations. So if you process plutonium waste, might as well burn the fixonium. Yes, I mean, at the moment I'm burning the plutonium because I'm not making plutonium power. The plan is just to build uranium power with plutonium pellets to sink, or sink the plutonium rods. Later on, I might, if I get bored, build plutonium power, and then I would need to turn the plutonium rods into fixonium to sink them. Does that make sense? I may not have explained that properly. I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean, and at the moment I am not doing plutonium power. I'm just doing uranium power. But as I said, I was saying before, this is not going to be. This is only going to be 50% capacity until I get to phase 5 anyway, because I'm getting most of the resources locally, and there's a couple of miners that would need to have Mark 6 belts to get 100% capacity. So I'm starting 50%. I'm building everything, but things will be running at 50% capacity to begin with. And then when I reach Mark 6, as soon as I get those Mark 6 belts in phase 5 unlocked, I will change like 3 or 4 belts at a few key miners, and then the whole thing I can double, so everything is 250% power. I don't know why you'd sink fixonium fuel rods. Oh, okay, yeah, I suppose if you've got them, yeah, just burn them. Yeah, no, I haven't thought that far ahead. Yeah, I'm a long way from that. I'm still early phase 4. Like I haven't made any phase 4 parts at all. Like my power, I'm still on coal power. I'm still on 17 gigawatts of power. When this is online, I'll have another 120 gigs, and that'll last me through phase 4. And then phase 5, I'll double it all, and I'll have 220 gigs of power. And then I will be set for phase 5. And then, as a lark, I might do the plutonium power and fixonium power. But fixonium is crazy and not very resource intensive. So yeah, obviously you would indeed burn the fixonium rather than sinking it. You're right. But yeah, I have not thought that far ahead. That is many, many, many weeks of play ahead. Okay, so this is a bit ugly, but that's vertical splitters and mergers for you. I think everything's good. Should really save. Oh, we've never saved that one. What? I thought we did. Oh no, that's right. We moved it. We changed its height. Oh. Crystal Osk. Left. Yes, going. Sorry, I missed your comment. Relax. Going well. Started northern forest by the little pond with the 3 iron, 1 copper, 1 limestone. Nice. I like that area. Plan to move to the cliff with all the iron. There's a good coal spot not far from there too. Nice little oasis. Stupid, inefficient crystal oscillator recipe. Like, maybe I could have just made some rubber and maybe made this a lot easier, but it's done now. Okay, so I'll try a structural test to make sure these two can be built side by side. Can't remember if I saved this one or not. So let's tear all this down. That was Rotor's factory. So crystal oscillator left. This doesn't seem as tall as the Rotors one, mainly because there's no refineries in it, but that could just be an optical illusion. Crystal oscillators, right. I should be able to blueprint snap this with auto connect. And we should have, there we go. Conveyors snap down the bottom. Conveyors snapped up the top. But these need to nudge all the way over to there. We need to delete these spare ones and get that out. But that's looking pretty flush. I've just noticed that. Is that going to annoy me? I think it might. I hate how the constructor arms stick out and bump into things. As you may have noticed, I've given my other constructors lots of space between them so they can't play handsies while they're building stuff. Okay. So this is the complete thing, and that height is about the same height as that. It's a little higher, but not too bad. So this is going to make a whopping 3 crystal oscillators per minute output. I think the layout's pretty good. It's not too crammed a blueprint. It actually all fitted in reasonably well in the end. So yeah, we clean that up. We need to put some pillars above so that this is a proper height. Because if we build another one on top here, like this, there's going to be an offset because this is not an exact meter, and that's what it's snapping to. So we need a pillar that goes above that so that we have a cut-off point. Okay. I think it's safe to delete these now. We kind of know that they're there and there's clearance. We need to build the output. Suppose we should do that I was going to say this looks in a different position to that, but that foundation is rotated differently. That's all. Don't panic. 1, 2, 3. We can come down another meter, so that can be that. So it's 2 and 3/4.
I admire your optimism. Relax, enjoy life, but you only get a participation award this time round. Realm of Russ was the winner. In fact, you were in position 11. Better
11?
luck next time.
Ah, pretty quiet night. We got a decent number of viewers, largely due to Phasma rating earlier. Okay, what else was I going to fix? I was going to tidy these up. These can go. I'm going to leave these here, because what I'll do, I might as well do it now, because, you know, why not, is I'll have small metal pillars as machine supports. Now let me zoom it. So this will run along here, which is a support for the manufacturer to sit on, and then those railings can also sit on the same support. But I think I will get rid of the ones on this side because they will not have a support underneath them. I mean, they will kind of, because they will probably have a support for there. That's right, I was going to clean this up because I object to constructors batting into things. So that's a Mark 1. You know, we've got roof space here, so we can just go like this. Like that. Lots of clearance for the arm to waggle, doesn't butt into anything. That Leviathan is a long way away. Some of the Leviathans are a bit
I have a tip from
quieter.
Juggler 0 horsepower that you may be slouching.
Jugular.
Posture check time.
Hello, hello, Jugular. How are we going? We're going okay, thanks. We're actually about to pause for a dinner break. I'm just waiting for the signal to say launch for dinner. You want me to do a posture check? I suppose I should do a posture check. Let me just do some stretches. I am standing up, as I usually do while I'm VRing, and you can see my armpits are shooting out lots of gas as I have my hands in the air. That's actually the hover pack. It really twists even though you can't see it. See if I rotate my controllers. It's finally Friday evening. Yes, I'm streaming, therefore it's Friday. I had a very busy day. I will also do a couple of squats because my legs are cramping up. Oof. Maybe if I do it standing, you can actually see that I'm touching the ground. Oh, my knees. Raise your hands in the air. Oh, stretch. Thank you for that. I should do some more stretches more often. Okay, so yeah, we've tidied that up, and this might actually snap nicer now that it's directly there. We might... Okay, looks like we have to maybe have a bit of a fudge support. How are we going to do this? I think if we do it to there, that will snap down, and that will snap into there, which is actually neater than it was before. And I like to rebuild conveyors because otherwise the conveyor kind of ends where the lift starts, but if you rebuild it, the conveyor goes all the way in. So that is actually much neater. Fair bit of space here. That's pretty good. I don't think we're encroaching on the edge of the blueprint at all. Remember, you're too old to be stretching like that. I have to stretch like that. I have back problems. If I don't stretch, I seize up completely. I play Synth Riders on master difficulty, and I have to do it a couple of times a week, otherwise my back hurts. Synth Riders is my physiotherapy. Okay, that is neat. Okay, that is neat. This is a little kinky, but it was the only type of belt that would fit with a 1 meter drop like that. Yes, Dippy, we should try multiplayer sometime when we're both awake. I've been meaning to maybe stream Synth Riders someday, but I'd probably have to set up an avatar motion capture or something so you can see me flailing. But yes, I am a big Synth Riders fan. I like, my first hit was Beat Saber, and I still play Beat Saber occasionally, although the modding keeps breaking on me, so I don't play it as much. The Synth Riders, I find, has a much broader motion set, and it gets a full body workout, which with my muscle problems, it's much better than Beat Saber. Beat Saber is just arm waggling. Okay, so we'll rebuild this side. Just got back home, had a nice shower, got Satisfactory booting up and tea and snacking. With Synth Riders stream, you can do one of first person. Yeah, I could do a first person view one. I haven't. I know there's some streamer options in there. I haven't really looked into them.
Dippy VR just hit a 50 stream watch streak.
50
That's impressive dedication. Heck, apparently.
Nice. Heck indeed. 50 in a row, Dippy. Thank you very much for your dedication. I'm not doing a 5-hour Synth Riders stream though. Like my normal 4-5 hour stream. You want the TPP so we can see you straight. I do not struggle playing Synth Riders. I barely break a sweat unless it's like some of the I'm trying to remember names now. Darnock has some maps that make me sweat a little. But it's more about the muscle motion, getting the limber movement going that is really useful in Synth Riders. I don't do it for the cardio. I do it for the aerobic stretching workout. Maybe I'll stream one of them because I normally do a bit of Synth Riders like Tuesday evening. Maybe I'll do a stream sometime, but I would have to have the setup set up. You got a 50, so you can do it for 13 hours. I'm not doing Synth Riders for 13 hours. Okay, and let's just check these belt connections. So we've got the supports there. They look nice. That looks pretty decent. And the one down here is connected. Yes. So I think the only thing we have left to do is the output. Dinner is imminent. Hey, Calcifer, when's dinner? It's ready? I didn't know that. Okay, apparently dinner is ready. Okay, so let me just save these blueprints and save the game. And I'm going to take a 15 to 20 minute break and have my lovely kangaroo...
If you do SR like the other Pioneer asking FISCIT would be proud.
Having a Pioneer model for Synth Riders would be interesting. We will see. We will see. I might do Synth Rider someday, but it probably would be on a different streaming day to my Satisfactory or my Subnautica. Maybe a Tuesday short stream might be doable. Although I need to question people like Dippy on how music copyright works with synth riders and things like that, because I tend to avoid copyright music on my stream. BRB, bring some for the class. Yes. Okay, I'm going to take a break and have spaghetti bolognese made with kangaroo mince. It is delicious. I will load up words on stream for you to be hopefully entertained by, and I will be back shortly. My game is stealing mouse focus, and therefore I cannot start the words on stream yet, so give me a second, folks. Oh, stupid mouse. Okay, let me try it on the other laptop. Clicking some buttons. Right, logging in.
No.
Loading. Start. There we go. Now I'm going to go eat.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter. Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately. Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, I'm coming back. That's why I turned it off. I'm just putting all my gear back on. Headphones, microphone, controllers. Getting there. I just need to fire up, put my headset on, fire up virtual desktop so you can gaze. Welcome back, and also hi. It was directed here by Barely Building. Oh, what? Mike Carter, 1208. Welcome. How are you going? Welcome to the channel. I am streaming in VR, but I'm not in VR currently because I haven't put my headset back on. Let me just switch to this lovely view so you can check out the blueprint that we're making currently. We've actually functionally finished it, but we haven't tested it yet. I've just been having a bit of a dinner break, having a rather delicious brew of spaghetti bolognese. So this blueprint is one of many blueprints that we are using as modules for a nuclear power factory. Let me just restart Satisfactory because it was wigging out before, so I closed it down. Spaghetti is always good. Please tell me it's homemade. It is definitely homemade. We don't use any jars or anything. The most processed thing we used, I guess, is the tomato paste. Well, there are tinned tomatoes. We don't cut our own tomatoes, but roux mince, onion.
Hey, Mike
capsicum.
Carter 1208 just followed you.
Thank you for the follow. Celery, some carrot and zucchini, lots of tinned tomatoes, tomato paste, chili flakes, Worcestershire sauce, and oregano, of course. I'm ready to inject, I think. Hey. So yeah, I set it brewing before I started streaming, and then my son kindly kept an eye on it, stirred it occasionally, and did the pasta and dished it all up. Okay, let's jump back in. Right, here we are. So we are in the middle of a large nuclear build. This is large for me. Like, I know this is tiny compared to some where everybody wants to build something massive, but this is my large nuke build. I've never built a nuclear build before, so taking my time with this one and doing lots of planning. These are not the final positions specifically for all the reactors. I was just basically setting out the layout here. So this is a circular build. We have a hub in the middle there, and we're going to have each of the factory components around sort of the inner ring of the hub, and then there will be corridors of resources going out to each of the nuclear reactors around the edge of it. Baked bins in spag bol. No, don't. We sometimes use red kidney beans in baked bolognese, but. Stop, you're making me hungry again. Just eating. Lately, we used to use like half a kilo of mince and then 400 grams of kidney beans, but lately we've been just going kilo of mince in. It's delicious. Been throwing some baked beans in ours lately. Had a heap of tins in the cupboard I wanted to use up to free some space. I would use baked beans in a chili con carne, but both Zuran and Calcifer are not fans of baked beans in that sort of context, so unfortunately, they don't like them. And then Dad saw it, used them, and helpfully bought replacements. Building, I was about to say baked bins. Okay. Yep. So yeah, this is what we're doing. And because these factories are around the edge of a circle, they're not square. So we have two blueprints set up here where we're working on a template to build each of the mini factories. So this blueprint is effectively 5 foundations across the front, but at the back, it is 7 foundations across the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've deleted some of them here, but the width-wise, it's 7 across. And then you merge them in together, and they come out to something like this. So this particular one is making crystal oscillators. So you can see we've got sort of the diagonal edges there. We've got a nice walkway through the middle, which could lead to like the factory wings and the factory center. And then when you merge the two together, we've basically got one blueprint there and one blueprint there. It auto-connects the conveyors in the middle here, so I try and make them auto-connect. Obviously you can't with certain vertical lifts and pipes, but well, actually pipes you can, but this is also a vertical manifold, which means this will stack to be about 6 blueprints high. So this is the input here. I can't remember what they are and I haven't put labels on them yet, but the idea is that this will be blueprint auto connect. This will be on top like this. Kind of nudge it down into place, probably there. And then you need to build vertical conveyors from each of those up to the level above, like this. I just whack them in, doesn't matter what they are at the moment. And then basically this is a vertical manifold all the way up to the top, so all the resources will come up and split into each copy of the blueprints. And I've done this on a few factories before. You can see off in the distance there, this is a supercomputer's factory here, and these tall blueprints here are making high-speed connectors. And I didn't have enough, so I whacked on some extra ones to build up to the top, but I haven't finished the roof line of that factory yet, so it's kind of sticking out the top of the roof. So no wins on the cupboard space, but yeah, having a dad who notices stuff. Fair enough. Putting them in the shepherd's cottage pie too for extra roll. Yeah, that'll work. I don't mind baked beans, either on toast or mixed in with things, but other people in my family are not fans. Now, we haven't tested this blueprint yet. We've got all the conveyors that we've figured out it physically fits. So the next thing to do is a super quick and dirty power test and actually run it. So I will do the barest power here with absolutely no consideration for aesthetics or anything. That is full, so let's upgrade that pole. And yes, I do all of this in VR. Now this blueprint takes in steel and what does it take? That's going to be ugly. Let's do it from the one below. Not that I'm trying to be neat, I'm just can't help myself. Actually, that let me build across blueprints, I just realized. That's an impossible cable. But apparently it worked fine. I wonder if these are actually in this blueprint correctly. I guess we'll find out. But again, not using them if they're not liked? Yeah. Like, I get away with red kidney beans. Actually, for bolognese, we tend to use a 4-bean mix, which adds a bit more texture and variety. It's got things like chickpeas and stuff in it as well. So let's... You know, I almost... Yeah, okay, let's rebuild them over here. Iron, we need steel, iron, and... Oh, quartz was the other thing. Oh, where am I going to get quartz from for a test run? Crystal oscillators, right. Nope, wrong way. So you can see you just use the blueprint auto connect snap, and then when you merge them together, the conveyor belts nicely snap together. And then you line up these front pillars like that, and you're done. And I've just realized... Nope, okay, that's going to the constructor. I thought that cable might be going to the manufacturer there, and I'd be like, where? Because I know there are wacky blueprint wiring issues at times. Okay, so that goes to there. That plugs into power. Is everything powered? Yellow. 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 So I'll probably stop once this is functional. Normally I'll do a little bit of extra work to make it look pretty as well. Get rid of these foundations and put more beams and things, and later on I'll put signs. But the goal for today is to just make the functional blueprints. Now the inputs to this, as I said, are iron in here. Now I should check that whether these have something in or not. These are sort of my experimental pots down here. And I have accidentally put weird stuff in the wrong thing before. So that is full of rotors, so we do not want to use that. That would be bad. That would be a test from the previous factory. I just built a whole pile of new ones. What's in here? Nothing. Okay, that'll actually just delete. And here we'll just go lifts on the bottom. I'm not too worried about throughput, so these are just Mark 3s for purposes of testing. Okay, where are we going to steal some iron, steel, and quartz from? Quartz is actually easy. There's a computer factory there, but the computer factory doesn't use iron. Let's go get the steel first. Let's change to a jetpack and a zipline. So yeah, you can see these factories here were sort of the two I designed in the last session, and I built them out here just to get an idea of how they fit together. So you see they're sort of each wing of the zone around. This one has to be higher because there's ground underneath it, so I had to clip sort of to get there. So at the front they meet at this kind of pole overlap in the middle there, and then at the back poles overlap a little bit here. So you can see the beams in the middle there between the two that kind of keep me in line so that the factories don't overlap. It's working out pretty well, actually. It is an interesting build challenge to try and build firstly in a non-square shape, and secondly in a thing where you're building across two separate blueprints and you have to join them together to be symmetrical, or at least work together. Just closing the stream I'm in while I export, no problem. Yeah, this is my aluminium. Actually, I should have power out here. So I'll hold it back. This is my aluminium blueprint, which I was talking about earlier in the stream. So there's three components to this. So the bottom one makes the, I think it's petroleum coke. You can kind of see the reactors sticking, the refinery sticking out the side here. Crude oil in, coke out. Yep. And then the second level makes the aluminium scrap, and this is just using bauxite for the solution, and then the petroleum coke electrode aluminum scrap alternate recipe. And this is a fluid closed loop, so we have extra water coming in here, and because this is feeding in from above, it will use the water that is flowing straight through here first. So you do not get any overflow or backup or collision or anything. This I've used this design a lot. It works. It's been stable every time I've done it. So you keep it simple, just with a couple of refineries for your feedback loop of water, and then your extra water you feed in from above. Everything works fine. It's nice and simple. Okay, that's making Caterium. These aren't in final places. I kind of just plonk these blueprints down because this is kind of where they have to go. This is making the steel, and look, we've still got some steel there from last time. It's probably enough because the steel is used to make screws. I think that's it. I might just leave those. 200 I think is enough. Let me check that plan again. There's the plan. 21 steel. Oh, it is used to make the plates as well. So we do need some steel, but 200 will be plenty for a test. Caterium we're not ended up using. That was an alternate where I was using Caterium for the wire, but we're not doing that, so get rid of that. So we need iron and the raw quartz is what we need. So I can steal quartz from the factory there, and iron I think I can steal from that factory there. I'm trying to think if there's any iron at the computer factory, and I don't think there is. So this little factory here that's very bare bones was my munitions factory that is making rebars, I think, maybe rifle ammo as well. So yeah, there is a path down here, so if I had vehicles coming in and out of the zone, I could have them go up there, although they kind of do come out of the bottom of the factory here. So this line here is a train line bringing in something, I can't remember. And this here is my little carts that can. These carts are taking the high-speed circuit boards, and they're delivering them all the way over here. This was kind of a quick. Obviously haven't finished the architecture on here. It's just been a more placeholder thing to get things up and running. I think this was making the homing ammo, which was a necessity before going into the swamp. So they're delivered to there, and then we come across here, and we are making rebars and the homing ammo and plain rifle ammo. So that's what this factory is making. Now there is copper. Does this factory use iron at all? I swear it did. That's the copper output. Iron, oh here's iron. Iron is going somewhere. The fact that this belt is not backed up this means that I may not have properly balanced this. Iron rods, okay, we'll steal that. 30 or 20, this is not good enough. Okay, so that needs 40 per minute. I'm out of inventory space, aren't I? That's 15 per minute. That's 15 per minute. What don't I need? Don't need frames. Don't need wood. Don't need that much mycelia. Actually, I don't need any mycelia. That area is going to look so good with those power plants on. It is, isn't it? Yeah, I'm really happy how those corridors came out with the glowy bits on the side. So yeah, I'm glad. Like I got the inspiration of using orange over another color from somewhere. And I'm really glad I did, because I was going to go with the traditional green for the swamp. Okay, so it's just generating just enough. Maybe it's perfectly balanced, because like the other machine wasn't starving for iron, so maybe I actually did the right thing and set this up to produce just the right amount of iron. But the problem is, I want to steal more than it's made. This is probably enough iron to do the test. It takes 60 per minute, so yeah, that's probably enough iron. Anything else take iron? I don't think it does. Okay, so let's go and steal some quartz. Anyone remember how much quartz we needed? I think this train is bringing in smokeless powder, actually, now that I think about it. Might be bringing in something else as well. 90 quartz. Okay, we're going to need a lot of quartz. Guess you should slumber. Have a good one. Yes, you too, Russ. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for playing along with words on stream. I should make this a little smoother here. But this line just goes through this factory. It's not actually related to the factory. Again, some architecture I still need to finish off here. Quartz. I can steal some from here. Or not. Don't tell me that's perfectly balanced too. Or maybe I'm not making enough. Where does that quartz go? Probably goes to the high-speed connectors. Oh, who put a wall there? Quartz, and quartz is also coming up the back here. Like, nothing's really using these high-speed connectors, so if they do hiccup a little bit, they'll live. I don't need plain ammo. I don't need computers. Don't even probably need cable or rotors or motors. We've got a whole container full of rotors and motors, so that's fine. Yoink. Okay, that'll be tons of resources to at least test the blueprint. As long as it works, we won't need any more than that. If it doesn't work, we might need to come back for more. Now the trick is to put the right resource in the right container. Otherwise we'll have messed it up. Next bit is a fun one. Aluminium for your build uses no top-up water. Fully closed. Ah, nice. Is that using summer sloops? At what stage of the nuclear plant are you? I'm still in the building the bits. So this is like session 4 of this. So I can show you the larger plan of the nuclear build. Is if I go back a level. So this is the blueprint to make the crystal oscillators. But this is the overall plan here. So I've done blueprints to make the deuterium, the aluminium, and the steel, and the quick wire, and the rotors. And I've also done wet concrete. I'm working on this. This one's ready for testing. We still need to do heat sinks and the control rods. And I need to do a basic one to make cyan and copper. But that'll feed into the reactor line. The reactor line blueprints are done. This is just sort of leading up to the reactors. There's a couple of manufacturers that take the raw uranium. So there won't be any uranium in the center part of the factory at all. It'll just be towards the outskirts. And then the waste from that will come down to here, which, why is that split into 2? Oh yes, this I split into 2 blueprints. So this is the cleanup. So this stuff will be like the second floors of the factory to clean up the waste at the end. So yeah, a couple more blueprints to go. I probably won't finish the blueprints tonight. This one's taken longer than expected. And I imagine the electromagnetic control rods may actually take 2 sets of blueprints to do. Okay. So functional test. This one coming in here is the iron. Maybe I just put 1 or 2 stacks in, rather than all of it. And this one here I think is the steel. Which means the last one must be the crystal. So let's just chuck it in there and hope we're right. I want to do these tests also because you need to test these holes, because vertical lifts and vertical splitters and mergers are horrendously buggy. Okay, so this should be outputting cable. Correct. Floor 2 here. This should be slowly outputting screws. So these two outputs will come up to the assembler here. We haven't got any screws yet, but the iron plates are trickling in. And we have the raw quartz coming in that is being turned into quartz crystals. That's going in, that's feeding down. So we're just waiting for this one at the moment to bring in. Where are our screws? Come on. Okay, it is crunching. This is using steel screws from a tiny trickle of steel beams. There we go. Blech. Okay, it is now constructing something. So these should have cable and crystal starting to build up. Wow, it needs a lot, doesn't it? But I guess there's a reason it's 1.5 per minute. So that's working as a manifold. It's quite cool. I'm actually going up in different directions. That's cool. There goes our first reinforced plates. Oh, we need 5. Lowest recipe ever. I might need to put more resources in the bottom. But it is working, or at least, oh, I haven't done the output. That's what I haven't done. It is actually providing all 3 resources to the manufacturers, so that's the win right there. I still need to do a vertical manifold for the output that will feed the output back down to the bottom where it can enter the spaghetti farm and get routed to all the other locations, where I'm going to have fun trying to fit 12-way balances in so that each of these wings gets an equal amount of the other ones. That might be fun to make compact. I kind of need to make a radial 12 balanced output, don't I? Ooh, that's an interesting challenge. Okay, this one's actually making something. I think this is a success. Yep, okay, they're both constructing crystal oscillators. Hooray! Hey, okay, that's done. I mean, obviously, I'm going to tidy up the power lines, put in more support beams, so it'll probably start with simple support beams like this across, rip up these foundations, put these support beams in place so that the entire thing is kind of suspended on the beams, which is what I've done with the other factories in this build so far. But functionally it works, and that's good enough to get things up and rolling. Okay, I'm going to call that as done. I might as well leave it running there for now. I can get on with the next one. Okay, so the next one, do we want to do an easy one or a hard one? Like, heat sinks is going to be dead easy. That's it. Like 2 refiners, and it's going to be a bit of a squeeze. We'll probably have to overclock some of these. Actually, the refiners are tall enough that maybe we won't. But it would be easier if we overclock them. But overall, that's going to be easy to knock out. Maybe I do that now. Although I should, well, before I'm too super sleepy, I really should try tackling this one. Now, this one was originally meant to be 2 blueprints, like not just the 2 side to side, but effectively 4. So this was going to be 1, and this was going to be the other. And I think it's going to have to be because these are massive and they take up a lot of space. This is effectively half of one of the 2 pairs. This could be combined in this blueprint. And if we have the refiners with the assemblers, that can actually probably be reused for the heatsink one. Also, if we keep... so I was going to say, if we keep this low to the ground, it'll be easy to stack because we need 2 stacks of 5 of these, effectively. Not sure where that 4.83 comes from. These should be the same blueprint. That's weird. Either way, I know what I'm doing with this. Let's start with this one because it's going to be 2 refiners and a bunch of assemblers. So let's build this first. And this second. So 2 refiners is easy. We've already got that in an existing one. We'll just reuse that. Then we need... Actually, these together make sense because these are all copper and caterium. So if we have 3 assemblers, this one we can overclock and this one will be 3. So those 3 assemblers will all generate the same from the same products to other things. Those are easy to fit in somewhere. I wonder if I can fit 3 assemblers in the bottom half of this. We might be able to cram this into one blueprint. Let's try. Okay, let's do these 3. So 3 assemblers with copper and deuterium, but the same inputs effectively. Now, normally I would start with... I'd start with this as the base, which is just a bare factory outline for there with the walkway in place. But given we're starting with 2 refineries, I'm actually going to build one of the existing ones because the refineries are a pain to get in the place. They also don't fit nicely in this layout. Now, do we need this vertically higher for any reason? Probably not. Actually, if we leave it as low as possible, that will help us, because we might need to put machinery above this. Like we could put machinery in here, like the constructors could go in this zone here. So that's that side. Wow, that took a while to build. And this side I'll just start with the template. Actually, I'll build it rather than load it. Refineries in Mark II blueprints are just not cool. Mark III you can squeeze in 80, yes. Well, Mark III's a long way away and I need power. I have 17 gigawatts of power. I'm not going to make it through phase 4 on 17 gigawatts of power. I need this nuke station up and running. As you saw, the walkway here is higher. Actually, I should have nudged that up a meter. Because I've learned from experience that having some extra vertical room on the bottom is really useful. Need 1.2 gigawatts. That's a lot of biogens. I already have a heck of a lot of coal gens and they're not cutting it. You can see the walkway here is higher because most of these are designed so that the walkway is higher and then the machines kind of slot under, because that way you can have logistics and stuff going either side underneath as well as above. The one that this is copied from didn't, though, because it was designed to go over a part of the circle where the ground is the wrong height. So I had to build this at a different height. Ooh, that's highlighting the wrong thing. So I need edges. I need more edging. Okay. How high is that? I think it's that high.
Phrasing. Boom.
Thank you. Okay, it's that high. Ah, it keeps sampling the pillar below the floor. That's interesting. Sorry, Mr. Building of the nuclear reactors. The amount of spiders sure was fun. It what? Well, there's VODs there if you want to go back and look at them. Yes, there were a lot of spiders. I have a redeem that will have a random chance of summoning spiders if you really want spider action. The reason I moved my blueprint building to up here is not because of the spiders. It's just the swamp was too damn gloomy. Just the lighting was terrible. So I've moved up here where the lighting is much better. Whoa, that moved. Okay, so this walkway will now match that, but this overlaps this, so we need to remove that from this side. What's a gigawatt? Yes, it was gigawatt with a J, wasn't it? Who doesn't get that reference? Yeah, that's a pretty obvious reference. Red Forest is also pretty this time of year. Yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time in the Red Forest in this playthrough. Certainly have in other playthroughs, though. I'm not really in a rush to get there this playthrough. What are we making? Elect... Let's just call them electrods. And this is the right-hand side. I'm going to try and cram it all in the one blueprint because it'll save a lot of space if I can. Love Red Forest, that's where I'm building my old wall Japanese-inspired city. Cool! I built 2/3 of a Fixmas factory in the Pink Forest entirely using factory carts for logistics between each of the parts. That was a few years ago before vehicles were nice and reliable. Unfortunately, I ran out of time and ran into some technical difficulties, so I never did finish that build. But it was fun. It is a beautiful zone for sure. It's just full of nuclear hogs and stingers. Okay, so we've saved the initial copy. Sounds like it would be neat to walk through in VR. It is. I've got an old video of me going through the Pink Forest. It's the lighting I was shooting, not the hogs and spiders. Yes, I've definitely done a run through Pink Forest in one of my other saves, and I really keep meaning to edit it down into like a video, like a VOD, because it was a lot of fun. I was testing out the rocket fuel in jetpacks as that particular playthrough. Now over here, we said we needed 3 assemblers, all taking the same input. So the biggest space hurdle for assemblers is this diagonal edge here. So if we start with that as a maximum, probably can go that way a little bit, but how are we for spacing on the other side? We're there. I don't mind that walkway cutting through. In fact, that is a nice little ladder that you can crawl up, so that spacing is good there. I'd rather have a bit of space between these two. I don't like how they're mushed up right next to each other, but it's acceptable. And if we put one there, then we can manifold through the middle. Now, did I leave enough room? No, I did not. Okay, so this is where the walkway height comes in, is if this was another bit higher, I could fit a double height manifold through here. So the question is, do I redo this? Or... Actually, you know, if I do it like this... Actually, these are too close. I think the lifts are going to be a bit squeezy. Yeah, that's not even. How is that not even? Ah, this side is further in than this side. How's that look lift-wise? Why is that not snapping? Oh, it is snapping. That looks terrible. Why? Why? That's acceptable. So that's how I would do it from that side. What is the purple dot? Yeah, the purple dot is my aiming point. So that's where I'm aiming the controller. And that determines like if I'm copying a building or if I'm placing something or if I'm using a weapon like a rebar. That's where... Let's take off explosives. Sorry. Normal... Wrong button. That one. Oh, I have no plain ammo. Whoops. Well, explosive ammo it is then. Not that you can see the dot particularly well there. There's the dot there. That's about where the rebar will hit. So it's the aiming device. You can change the color. So the mod does have settings in the settings menu, so you can change to a different color dot if you would prefer. Because in VR you're aiming separately from where you're looking. So you need a separate indicator of where you're aiming. There are fairly other versions of some of the building I'll be doing, but I'm planning on entire city expansion. Cool. Yes, that's right. That's a reply to a reply to a reply, and it's very hard to read on my chat. Looking forward to golf tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow for you. Yes, yes, okay. Yes, I started to watch the official playthrough on the Walkabout Twitch channel, and I went, no, actually, I'm going to save it as a surprise. I don't want to see this yet. So I stopped watching the stream. So I have not played or seen much of the new toxic, whatever it is, golf course. Now, I think I'm going to get away with this, because if I connect from here to here like this, that is fine, because on here is going to be ore, so the ore will slip under that fine. The problem is if I stick a lift on here like this, well, not like that, but going downwards, obviously. Like that. Put that explosive away. This is going to stick through the floor here, so this would have to start over here, and that just gets messy.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Although I could do something sneaky, like lower this down a meter. So if I have this here and here, I have this down. And then I'd have my manifold there. Or I could even have it under here. But you know what? We need a vertical manifold as well to supply these, because this has got to have resources going up to the other blueprints. We could do the trick we did before, which is bring them up here. I think I did that in one of the other blueprints, actually. So I should really learn from my past experiences. Now, because we've got a meter that way, I reckon we can go that way. And while it's overlapping the edge there a little bit, what's the chance statistically it's going to run into the next blueprint? I think we're fine. See, as I was saying earlier, this is kind of the jigsaw part of the design, is how do I fit these pieces together such that they all fit and look decent layout-wise, and then I'm going to be able to fit all the logistics in together. Actually, maybe we do that like that, because that's well within the boundary, that's fine. And then this top one, snaps in like that, and then snaps in like that. Okay, we do need a little bit of a... Stop snapping! I think I could actually curve this around and then have the lift after it. Potentially. And there's an ad break coming in that I'm about to get blasted by an alarm if I don't take. Yeah, that's too close to do a connection directly to there, so I do have to do it the way I did do it. Ah, there's the alarm.
Incoming
I'm being too
propaganda.
slow.
Seek shelter immediately.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take an ad break, people. Well, Twitch does. People on YouTube, I have no control over your ads, whether you get them or not. So you're on your own. Foot golf, not nearly as stable with your aiming placement as your own. I have a bit of practice, relax. Also, I use lock a lot, but I'll tell you about that after the break. If you're on Discord, then a Pix and Belly Buildings channel. If you have a channel too, whisper it to me and I'll join the show. Hey, Live Open Mike's here just as the ad break's coming in. We'll be back soon, Mike. Enjoy your breakfast.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we're back. You should have got ads. Twitch told me it was selling you ads unless you're a subscriber or a Prime member. Prime members get out for cheap. Okay. We are trying to cram a lot in a single blueprint here. And while I was thinking about it, it's like, how am I going to do the vertical lines for these? And I've just realized I need to connect it to this as well, so this is not going to work. That's okay. Splitters will still work over here. We are back. Yes. So how are you going, Mike? I hear the new mini golf course is a fun one. Like a bit of an odd manifold, but basically I'm trying to avoid having a splitter here, which is where I normally have one because it'd be over the edge of the border here. So it has a risk of running into the next diagonal factory component around the curve of the circle. So by stacking them like this and putting that over there, I've made sure there's plenty of space there on the edge. And it's good, but I will protect Relax's course virginity and not spoil it. Yes, fair enough. I've seen a little bit. I think I saw the trailer. I started to watch the official stream about it and then decided, no, actually, I'm not going to watch the stream. I'm going to experience it in all its glory when it is finally released. Now I need to do a vertical manifold, and I haven't left enough room again because vertical splitters suck. Anyone remember what we're making here? Let's go check. Wrong window. That window. So this is what we're making here. So we need to overclock this, and that is... Okay, we're making quick wire with the 2 and normal wire with the 1, and we also need copper. Oh, we also need copper to go into the bloody refineries. That might work to our advantage, but we might just have to redo all the work we just did. Because we've already got copper wired up to these refineries because they're already making copper sheets. But we need 1/16 of wire, and the other one is quick wire. So this is wire, fused wire. Copper and caterium, and we need to overclock this to 116, and this one is fused quickwire, which is the same materials but skewed the other way. Now remember how I said this blueprint over here was an existing one? That both makes things easier and harder. So this is copper coming in. The number's wrong, but it's copper coming in, which means we can bring copper from here and feed it into that original design that we had set up before we tore it all down. We still need to bring the other material in. And it would be easier to do the vertical splitter and merger if the other one coming in went to the higher one. So maybe we just need to rebuild the bottom. So yeah, relax. Just before you were in the rate, you said I'm better aiming at you. Part of that will be practice, but part of it is, let me land so I can show you the hints on the back. I heavily use, if I'm in build mode, the top button, which is nudge mode or snap mode, nudge mode. So I aim like this, and instead of going like this and pressing trigger will move my hand. And while this is more natural than a mouse, because you're carrying it, it's also much easier to aim incorrectly. So if you aim with this and then press B on the other one, it locks it in place. You can do whatever you want, and if it's not right, you can nudge it into place and then build it. Whereas if you just hit trigger while you're aiming free roam or free hand, you're more likely to get it moving at the last second. Like even on using mouse, I would aim to put something and I would move as I'm clicking and it would put it in the wrong place. So even before I got into VR, I got into the practice of always locking, checking, and then building. And because it's sort of muscle memory now, I'll just very quickly go, well, I need this here, and lock, and that's good, build. So that is a lot of it, and that helps a lot with if you are having stable hands issues. Like I know there's some players who actually have shakes in their hands as well that is challenging. So using the lock mode absolutely helps a ton. Feel like you get it lined up and then wiggles to go to place. Yeah, because like the trigger, the problem is the trigger on the controller is much bigger than a mouse button. So your action of pushing the trigger is much bigger than a mouse click, so it does tend to move more than a mouse click. It's not just that it's suspended, so the lock is invaluable, I find. So now, this is the copper in. This doesn't need to be that low, it can actually be that height. That's the wrong way around though. Ah, we need this at ground level. Okay, so this actually is already at ground level. Okay. Wrong one. Nope. And then this basically connects into there. And to get that to work, I really need a kink on this side. Hopefully this will fit. It does not. It does, sort of.
Phrasing first boom.
Yes. Maybe I should have Ada read out what you add on after the phrasing command. Okay, so now if we delete this... This... Oh, it's... Is it going to like that it's only 1 meter? Maybe I should bring this back a little. That's the original. That's probably... Actually, we can lift it. I'm pretty sure we could... No, because the lift will go through the floor then. Oh yeah, that works. So when we build these two blueprints together, this will auto-connect, which means the copper that is being fed up there run through here, and the copper will run through the bottom splitters into all 3 machines. Meanwhile, the top here, we need to bring resources from outside. So let's not start with a hole, because that leads to terror and frustration. Don't know if that's low enough. Oh, that could really run into other things. Okay, it is low enough. Just low enough, I think. So this is the Caterium input. But this manifold needs to run between vertical blueprints. So, but I've got space. I can move this anywhere along here. So if there's machinery on the upper floor that clashes with this later, I can easily move that. Not a problem. But okay, so we've done the wire. We've done the quick wire. We've done the copper sheets. Now we need to do the next layer of factory. Which, that's kind of the lowest we can politely get without running into the one below. And if we do, we might have logistics run into things, but we're going to cram a lot into this blueprint. So let's try that for spacing. Now, how high is this off the walkway? If we need to, that's actually a reasonable distance, height-wise. So we could put machines across the full width up to there, and if you look at the line up here, any further across, actually a bit further across, is already these. So they're going to come into the middle of this foundation. So the first couple of meters here are going to be taken up by that, overlapping this. Stupid refineries. There is a mod that makes mini refineries, and I've been so tempted to install it. But this is a no gameplay mod playthrough. Okay, right. Let's check the plan again. So we've done this. These three are done. Now we've got to do this and these. Oh, we're making AI limiters. So if we do 3 on these constructors and this on this level, we can overclock here. We can minimize these. We can reduce the number of machines by overclocking a bit if we want to. But let's go with 2 constructors and 3 assemblers, and then the top floor, see if we can fit 4 assemblers. 2 constructors that take iron as an input, so it's a new input, and it's leading to 3 assemblers.
Live open mic is now lurking. Work meeting.
Yep, no problem, mate. And we do have more space on this side of here, so if these constructors are a bit pokey, that's fine. But how much space does 3 assemblers take? Actually, the other blueprint that used the refiners on the other side was the... Oh, my scroll stopped working. That's random. Was the rotors left? So rotors right. Up, wrong side. Rotors left. Oh, it's only got 2 assemblers. Again, we can do some overclocking. Be nice to line up with the upper floor of assemblers with the bottom. So let me just nudge this till it's fully overlapping so we can get the exact same position, just vertically shifted. And then we put another one, and that was a meter apart. Yeah, we're not going to have enough for a third here. This is going to be overlapping the refiner, which would be bad. But we can overclock these. Well, it should actually give us some more room for logistics between the levels as well if we leave that open. But we need 2 constructors. Plenty of room for 2 constructors here. But the trick was these constructors are bringing in a new resource that we're not piping in yet. So this, I mean, we could bring the resource in here probably. So if we actually going to manifold that anyway, so let's do a splitter. And then this will effectively run from here below the map. This is our iron input. So it'll be coming from down here. Going up to a Whoopal land. And this will have a splitter on here. Lined up like that. Which is actually quite spaced out. Like, that's a lot of space there. We could have overclocked this and put another assembler on this side, perhaps. But there is still space here, so... I'll pencil this in for now. I still need to figure out the logistics of getting stuff in from there, but I'll leave that as is and see what we've got left. So this was... yeah, see, even this is 1.57 total. That's 2.61. 1306. Wonder how accurate these numbers are. 2.61, 1.57, and that was, sorry, stators and pipes. So this is iron pipe. 157 divided by 2. Copy. Paste. This was stators. We will need to overclock these. But this is effectively 267 divided by 2. Cool, it did fit with just one thing. Copy, paste. Because these are big, sticky, uppy chimney things, so having a third floor of factory here is actually fine. We do need to be aware that the assemblers go up higher than the constructors, though. So probably there to clear the height of the assembler. And this is the AI limiters, which is the quick wire that is made on the bottom floor and the copper sheets that are made on the right. So these inputs are on the outer far edge, and this input is also on the other far edge So if we face this around, can we have 2 and 2? I think we can. Let's AI limiters into control rods. And actually, we're above the refinery here. We've got to watch out for the chimney, but we get this space back here. So where's the column here? So yeah, we can have everything up to the last 2 meters here available. I've just realized that those foundations are not centered with the rest of them. Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Yep, but we could have a little extra bit of room here. So let's build... Now, where's the output from the others? This is going to get messy either way. I think I'm just going to put them down. Like, it'd be good if some of them lined up. So if we nudged it that way. These are quite close to the edge, actually. These are both stators. So these stators need to merge in together. This was control rods? No, this is AR limiters. Okay, so AR limiters have the copper sheets from here, so this output here has to come in some of these. I think I need to move those in a bit. Getting a manifold there is going to be a bit squeezy otherwise. But these need to feed into 2 other assemblers, which could be sort of there. And there. You know what? I could probably feed some of these from below. Like I could have splitters under here. That would save a bit of space. That's not equal. No, it is equal. Or is it? No, it isn't. So these or these can be moved in. I'll move these in. So it does all fit on one blueprint. That's the good news. That actually fits quite comfortably on one blueprint. The only thing we had to do was overclock these by 133%, and everything else fits nicely. Well, not nicely, but it fits. Now these are electromagnetic control rods. And let's just copy, paste. That didn't line up. What? I thought what did I stuff up there? Okay. Now this is actually in 2 meters, which is going to be pretty tight for a manifold. That's going to be too tight. Although we can move it out a little bit. Actually, this can be fed in from below, maybe? Well, that's going to be really ugly. Like if this was there, that lift is going to be so ugly. So maybe not. Which means it's going to be... And the only way to do it is to put holes here like this. Because the hole positioning is the easiest way to get a compact lift that behaves itself. And then we could actually have a splitter here. The meter apart, so it'd have to be there. Something like that is possible. Or we could actually just, you know, do a manifold under there like that, because that would still fit hole-wise. It's probably neater. So this conveyor comes up into here, splits into there. It's the other resource. The other resource is quick wire. The quick wire comes from not there. The quick wire comes from down here. We have 90 quick wire each. Coming up to... Oh, hang on, there's no space between these. 100. Okay, obviously I need to underclock or overclock something. But it just strikes me that this is going to be really... I might have to move the assemblers on the lower level. Because ideally, we can just go and connect that to there, although this needs to move. Actually, how many times have I built that assembler? I think we might be hitting the tired part of the evening, folks. The problem is, what do we do with these resources? These are stators. Where did the stators go? They go into here. Okay, and the AI limiters go into here. Kind of 2 to 2 to 2 to 2 to 2. Like, actually don't need to manifold anything if it's just constant 2 to 2s. Makes me wonder if this entire thing should be done as a stack of 4. And then I just place that stack of 4 rather than zigzagging this stuff everywhere. Except I'm being trapped by this diagonal edge and these refiners. That's what's... Unless I turn the whole thing so the whole thing is at an angle, which is possible. Okay, so let's put the rest of the bits in place, even if they're not fully connected. The wire comes up to there. The wire needs to go into these two here. So these two would have holes so that we can feed them from below easily. There's enough space that this could move back, and because this isn't a manifold, it could actually be made a lot more compact. So yeah, now there's a splitter here. That goes from there into the splitter. The splitter goes into the lifts. But let's check this out. We've got wire. Wire goes into here. We have pipes. Pipes go into there. The output of this goes into here, as does the copper sheets from the side, and this involves the AI limiters. Hang on, that was quick wire. That's the problem. Is no, that's stators. That's quick wire. Okay, so the quick wire from the bottom I'm already bringing up. Stators go into there. Okay, so here we have hole. Oh, it's probably it's gonna clash. No, it's not. But again, it's 1-to-1, so we could just have one-to-one. You know what? I'm just going to put it here. It's going to no, it's going to overlap. I mean, I'm going to tear this all down and probably put it in a different position because it's all making symmetrical sense to do it a different way. Can I just have 45 degrees? Thank you. Another vertical lift bug. If I connect this from here to there, it won't work. Because if you start a lift from a support and the support does not have a conveyor belt, it discerns that the lift is irrelevant and never works, even if you connect a conveyor afterwards. At least it has in past versions. I haven't tested it since the update. That lift will be faulty because it's not connected to a conveyor. So what you need to do is basically connect a conveyor. Let's do it the other way around. Oh, I've done these lifts the wrong way around. Damn it. Such a mess. Where that went. Yeah, so if you build this bit first, and then the lift, it'll work fine. Okay, so that will functionally work. Oh, that's my automatic message. Now, can you see how this is messy, but it actually all kind of lines up into just two sets of two? Like, other than the bottom, which well, even the bottom has two there. This is the only one that splits. Everything else is 2 to 2 to 2 to 2 to 2. Now, can we rearrange this so it's less spaghetti-like? like this bit here is relatively neat. Like these are compact, but these are spaced enough that there is enough room there for it to be somewhat tidy. They do automatically connect to this. So really, the constructors down here, like this wiggly bit here and the wiggly bit here, I think are the problems. I think the constructors is actually easily fixed by rotating it. How close to the refinery are we here? A bit close. Like I'm thinking something like this. That can move that way another meter, sure. That is over our boundary, but we can curve that. But layout-wise, I think that's neater. Can we do the same with these assemblers? I think we can. Because it's going to be tight. Actually, this will be over there, so we do have that extra space just a little bit on this other side. So, will that fit? Will that fit? No, not really. Because it'd have to stick that far out, and that is all the way over this. So it would be sticking out. It'd be sticking out there. I mean, I could do it like a manifold this way. It's just going to be a bit messy like the other one. Probably should have saved it before I redid this bit, because this bit's a bit messy. Like this could be a more standard where we do just manifold these together. Yeah, that's probably too close. Yeah, that's way too close. And that's too close now. Okay. Nope, that's not going to work. Me. I guess we go back to wiggling. That's going to not hit the pipe, I think. I need a splurger here. in Satisfactory model, there's a combined splitter and merger. I need that here, where these two come into one single point and then also split as well. What I'll need to do is actually then... How would I do this? Or just do what I did before with the wiggles. It's the wiggles! Probably does not matter in the grand scheme of things. I probably not left enough room at the front. No, not really. Actually, I did say I could make these more compact. Maybe I do just line it up like that. No, that's going to be hanging out. Missed. See, I do miss sometimes. And I'm too impatient. Okay, we got rods out. We got AI limiters coming from here into here. We need stators. So the stators come in here. The stators are fed out of here. So that's actually pretty close to where I had it last time, but it's fine. That's right, we're doing single ones. I might do these as a merger and a splitter. It's just a little neater. Even though machine to machine actually makes more sense. Merging them and then splitting them, for some reason, looks a little neater. I guess it's less conveyors crisscrossing across the roof. Oh, it's coming out of there. Ah, yeah. Does that actually fit? Wow, it does. Ow, sorry, this blueprint ended up being more annoying than entertaining, I think, folks. Did we get it all right? I don't know, but we did actually manage to cram it all in the one blueprint. Didn't turn out to be that hard in the end. Now this needs to go up speed does that go? Copper sheets, copper sheets. Oh, it does need to go in here, and I've just built this in the way. Yeah. You know, manifolds clashing with manifolds there. How am I going to deal with this? Mike Carter, all right, folk, BRB food time? No problem, Mike. Enjoy your food. Because I like that these machines on the bottom directly connect to the machines at the top. That is nice. It's that the output of these middle ones is the problem. The output of the middle ones is clashing with trying to get to the input of the top ones. Now I could move these... Oh, no, it's going to clash with the constructor there. That's annoying. I mean, we do have 2 separate copper sheets, so we could do a double feed. It's just 2 by 2. And then put one of these here. And then over here, instead of having this as a manifold, we could have these lifts come up. Actually, they're on the outer one. So they could actually line up with these other ones and run along the edge. Oh. Yeah, talking about moving your controller before you let go. Now that is probably going to need something to snap too because it's no longer close enough. So let's do a stumpy. Now I need to line up these two with these two, so we kind of need something at the right height. It's lined up with this pillar, so let's go up to this pillar. One more. So that's the height we need to bring these up to. Got it. It's a bit fat down the bottom here though, so let's actually I can do that once I put the lift in place.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Did I get it right? And I did not. Damn it. Out by 1 meter. Okay, so now these are both generating 22.5. We need to change the amount of copper. It's not exactly that, so we need to balance everything still. But that'll come up, and they'll come along these two conveyor belts here. Did I make that too high? I did make it too high. The other one's right. This one's too high. This should be down 1 meter. So close. Okay, I'm just going to run the ads, and I'm going to keep working on this through the ads because I'm just fiddling around here. So let me just run the ad break now, because I'm just going to rebuild this. So you won't miss much. But I should take a break as well. Rest is for the
Look lively. It's time to do those
something.
stretches and hydrate.
I will take a break if I manage to build this while the ads are still going on. It's probably really late too. I haven't actually looked at the time. Okay, that is now properly lined up, I think. Okay, I'm going to take a break while the ads are running. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Land. Back soon. Okay, we're back. It's very late and we're dealing with a frustrating blueprint here. It is 11:30 p.m. in my slice of the world. And we're trying to build electromagnetic control rods. And we're nearly there. I think we've got the bits there. I do kind of want to get this finished tonight. So I'm going to plow through. It should only take another 20 minutes, I think, to get everything connected and ready for testing. I am moderately comfortable that these will auto-connect over here, which will provide the copper sheets into the AI limiters. But we do need to do a whole pile of math and balancing, and there's a couple of other bits and pieces we need to connect up. But we've managed to fit it all in one blueprint. And like, half the blueprint is 2 refineries. The rest of it is how many assemblers and constructors? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 assemblers and 2 constructors on one half, 2 refineries on the other. This is why I don't like refineries. It's one reason I don't like refineries. They are making copper sheets. This is doing all the rest. Anyway, I'm done now. Let's go have a look at the plan and figure out some numbers. We should probably start from... Well, let's do the copper sheets first. I have a terrible memory, so there's going to be lots of back and forth here. Copper sheets. Wow, these numbers suck. Maybe we start from the top. 108.8% to get 8.7 per minute. 108.8%. That means we got to overclock both by a tiny amount. Oh well. 108.8. 4.352 per minute. I'm going to go back and check this math later, but we will paste it in now. Okay, that's done. So this requires 4.352 AI limiters. $4.352. Copy, paste. Stators, how many stators do we need? We could flip the stators around. Like we could flip this entire floor around, and that would be a lot less congested on this side. Except we won't fit 2 assemblers over this side. That's the problem. That's why we can't. Yeah, okay. We'll leave it like this. But we need 6.528 stators. That's close. 1306 divided by 2. That's about the same, wasn't it? So pipes, this needs 19.59 pipes. 19.63. Why are my numbers close but slightly different? Steel pipes, 39.17 divided by 2. Like, the modeler doesn't have exact numbers, so I guess that's part of it. Actually, I might just go on... What's our output here? Our output is 8.7. Let's work backwards from that inside the blueprint here. I mean, that is 8.7 divided by 2, isn't it? So yes, we are moving backwards correctly. Okay, so that we did 6525. That's doing... Sorry. 435, 4352, close enough. But that's also requiring 6525, which is 653, which is 1959. I could just say 19.60, I think. Okay, this also needs 52.24 wire. Which is 104.48. I don't know if that makes any difference, but why is that splitter there exactly? Why don't we just put it here? Okay, that's raw copper coming in and raw caterium coming in. We don't care about those numbers at this stage. Quick wire. How much quick wire do we need? We need 87.04. Okay, 87.04 is... That's bringing in raw materials. Okay, so the other one is this one, which we wired. Did we already do the wire? I think we already did. So I think that's it, other than the copper idiots. Which is 21.76. Like, nothing is overclocked a lot in this recipe, so I probably could bump up its throughput like 50% and then need less to build. Now, I've moved these around, which means my location for bringing in the iron is now completely stuffed. So I'll probably bring it to over here. It can slip up here. I could bring it all the way to the front. Nah. Oh yeah, we got to not hit things on the way up as well. That would be useful. not there. Okay. Output needs to be merged and sent somewhere. I don't think we did that with the last blueprint, actually. I could bring it down here, actually. That's going to be awfully close. I'm trying to line it up with that one down there. I mean, I could bring that one forward a meter so it is lined up better. Because I don't think that's going to fit. But if we bring that there, that might be better. Ugh, that's going to be close. I can't fit a splitter in here and get that in there. That's the problem. Sorry, a merger. This entire thing could move across 1 meter. It would be terribly out of a line. But it could move across. In fact, it could move across 2 meters and not be quite so terribly aligned. Let's move everything again, folks. I don't think I can move it this meter 1 more meter. I mean, I could actually. I can bring it 1 more meter this way. It just means this lift will have to be a bit tighter. As I said, there's kind of a jigsaw where you just need to rearrange things. Ooh, is that going to be too tight? Okay, no, that'll fit. That's as close as we can get, though. Now that moved over 2, which means we theoretically... I mean, this is flush with the pole there, so I guess I'll leave it flush with the pole here as well. Now this will be a merger. Now we got lots of room to put... Sorry, fellow merger. In there. That misses everything. That misses everything. It's not quite lined up as neatly, but it's all fine. And this is going to be a little more compact. That's probably going to be wiggly. Oh yeah, that's wiggly. Hang on, that's not from... Wrong hole! Wrong hole! Yeah, that little king could be fine. I mean, I could rotate this and have it actually come out of that side. That would actually fit better. Have we connected everything? We haven't done... We have done the output. Okay, we've done the output. We've done the input of steel. Actually, it's iron. Hang on, that's a steel pipe. Oh yeah, iron pipe. Gotcha. I'm not tired. Not tired at all. I think that's it. Okay, it's time for a quickie power test and maybe a quickie resource test if we can get resources here. Enough. Now, this pole is going to need to be a Mark II. Because there's 4 things here and we need to run a cable to another floor, so that's 5. More than the default pole. Have we really connected up everything else correctly? Now inputs, we should do holes, because holes are just easier to then manage your manifold to your next level. Oh yeah, that's right, that goes over the way over there. So this is over here. Everything is Mark III. I'm pretty sure all the numbers are fine for Mark III. It's not like we have any massive throughputs of anything like quick wire in this particular one that I can recall. So Mark III is probably fine. I could probably drop some of them to Mark II and Mark I. It's late. I'm just trying to get this functional. Okay, that's quite a lot of inputs. This is going to take a lot of foraging to get resources. We have, this input is copper. We need copper, we need caterium. Copper is going to come over here, so this one will be caterium. Let's stick signs on. Even if they're not numerically correct at this stage, let's actually label things. Not background, not colors. Damn, it's nearly midnight here. Oh, maybe I'll leave testing for another night. I probably should stop. I mean, I'm sure it'll work fine, right? This is iron ingots. Luckily, I think I can sleep in tomorrow morning. if my breathing lets me. Okay, copper. We also need water for this. That's fine. We've got water on tap. Huh. Okay, let's at least do a build test, make sure the conveyors all connect together. I have a scrap box somewhere that is so full of junk at this stage. Okay, this was electromagnetic control rods. We have a left side. This left side looks like this. And it goes that way around. You're back? Welcome back. I'm falling asleep. Copy. No, not rotors, right. Electro control rods, right. I'm just testing if the blueprint actually all connects together correctly. So we nudge this across. We've got a connection to the bottom, which is the copper feed. Our thingies are not aligned. Why are our thingies not aligned? Interesting. And those up the top should connect when they get closer. They did, so they're aligned. I just realized that is on the inside of the walkway, which means this I should bring across and bring down this side of the pillar. I didn't click that that was like that. I think the heights on these pillars I adjusted because of the offset for some reason. Actually, yeah, these need to be down a meter on this side. So that side is actually the correct heights. So yeah, this is why I build it together and make sure it actually looks decent. So we've stuffed up the elevator there. But our conveyors up the top are all neat and joined, so that bit worked. We have missed a clash here. It's close, but they're not hitting each other. And we need to lower all the supports on this side down 1 meter. Okay, that's not too bad as far as building it together. Yes, I'm going to rest up. It's just, you know, when you're doing something and you want to try and reach a certain point when you're in the middle of it and you're doing the flow, and you just don't want to necessarily give up before. I can reassign the heights of these later, but having this come down the other side here, I'll do that now. I can actually just put it in this part of the blueprint, actually. As long as that fits. Because that's sticking out of the blueprint, but it looks like it's going to be happy to let me do that. Ah, but I know it is going to let me do it. I had to think about that for a second. Okay, the pillars I'll lower later. That's pretty much the one structural change. That's very easy to quickly test. So this is the new elevator here, so we've added that in there, and that will just duct down on that side of the blueprint. Which is good, because it uses that space a bit more. The holes are actually lined up the right height, so that's good. So your input's there, we've got an old copper input behind, and then this will be the output. So we'll have a nice visible view of the outputs coming down there. Our walkway is clear, other than having to have space for the refiners there. Okay, cool. I think that is successful, and the fact that we actually quite comfortably fit it inside one combined blueprint is, I'm really glad. That will be a big space saver when we need to build this, because we need to build a lot of this blueprint. Like, I was thinking it was going to take 4 blueprints for one, and we needed to do that 6 times. Or was it 12 times? 12 times? That's a lot of space. Okay. So I'll probably fiddle around with this during the week and maybe tidy it up a bit. Maybe test it out. But this is, other than testing it, I think this is a functionally complete. So I'm going to park myself on top of a pillar over here. Let me save the game. Or BPs. Cool, and I will actually exit this here. So yeah, summary, we've made 2 more blueprints tonight. We've made the electromagnetic control rods, and we've made the other one, crystal oscillators, for our nuclear build. I will show you the plan after I quit this. So let me exit this and take my headset off, and then I'll re-go over the plan briefly. So this is what we've just crammed in a blueprint now. Have I got mouse control back? I do have mouse control back. So yeah, this one is actually like overclocked to 116%. We underclocked and overclocked all of these to be the right amount. So this one, I won't do the math now, but basically these are slightly underclocked. So each of these is basically a multiple of 2 now, and that's a multiple of 1, all leading into the 2 electromagnetic control rods. So that is done. So we need to build, 10 of those. Okay, so it was looking at 20 because I was imagining it would take double the room. And part of the reason was, like, if I spread out these so that they're not as high, then I don't need to, I can stack more on top of each other without being too super high. But these stupid refineries are just so damn tall to begin with that whatever you do with these, your blueprint's going to be tall. So we managed to fit everything else in. It's a tall blueprint, but it'll be fine. So maybe we do like 3 or 4 stacks of these, like a stack of 3 high each or something like that. So this one's done, that one's done, that one's done, that one's just constructors, that one's done, 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 and done. So the only 2 initial stage ones left to do are the iron and copper and the heatsink, which are going to be dead easy. And then we could start laying them out and getting the actual logistics going. I do need to do blueprints for these later, which is sort of the cleanup, where we take the uranium waste and we turn it into basically plutonium rods for cleanup. But I'll do that after I built the rest of the stuff first, because I'm really I'm kind of worried about all the logistics that are going to have to go in underneath the floors to take these outputs and then balance it 12 times to equally provide all the resources in balance to all the reactors. I mean, not all of them, I guess, need to be 100% balanced. The uranium I definitely want balanced, and it would be certainly nice if things like quickwire and that are balanced. But I guess most of them would manifold saturate over time, but some of them are slow throughputs, so they are going to take a long time. Like electromagnetic control rod, if you split that in a manifold 12 times, the last one in the queue is going to take forever to get its resources. So think I'm going to need to look into a balanced 12 splitter in a circular pattern. And that might be like the hub of the middle of the factory, perhaps. Could be an interesting build in and of itself. But yeah, that's where we're at. We've done most of the prep work, which is exciting time. Still a long way off being able to turn the thing on, because I still need to run a train line to get the uranium and the quartz in. That's going to be fun. I'm going to build a subterranean train line to get those in, so I don't have to use my existing train line. But yeah, that's the plan. Thank you very much for everyone for watching. My name's Dortimer. I have too many hobbies. Satisfactory and VR is a couple of them. I also stream Saturday nights. I'll be streaming probably Subnautica. Saturdays have been Subnautica lately, so feel free to drop by tomorrow night. And yeah, check out my Subnautica streams, which are a lot of fun and a bit of streaming as well. And let me go to the outro screen. Twitch people, hang on, I'll do a raid out if there's anyone worth raiding out to. Other than that, YouTube people,